All right, good morning, everyone. Welcome to today's City Council workshop. We have a lot of people here today, and I have a feeling that after our first agenda item, we will not have anyone here. But welcome, we're glad you're here with us right now. We would ask everybody if you would please silence your cell phones. And workshop is a time for council to get in-depth updates and reports, have some executive session items, as well as to discuss some upcoming agenda items that we may need more time with staff to talk about. So today we are going to start out with the Myrtle Beach Area Chamber of Commerce quarterly update. And I'm sure that Matt Povarnik is going to start us out, but that many others will give their part of their report. Welcome.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, governing body, and thank you, city manager and our assistant city managers and our city attorney. So I just want to start by just giving you a heartfelt thank you. I think the first time I stood in front of you all, I said thank you because I appreciate what you do. I appreciate that you're willing to serve. Now that I've had an opportunity to actually spend time with every single person that represents this governing body and our manager and our assistant managers, I just want to thank you for caring so much. It has become very apparent to me that every single one of you are in your offices, not because of your egos, but because you care so much about this community and all you want to do is make it better. I also just want to tell you, thank you very much for your leadership. Behind me, I have several board members, and I also just want to thank them, and I want to just kind of give a report to you all on them. They have been grinding. I mean grinding. Patrick Norton, Lori Hefner, John Rutenberg, they're probably sick of me. They've spent an incredible amount of time with me, and I've kept them very busy. Our board meetings are full of debate, dialogue, deep dives, tenacity, and wisdom. As a matter of fact, we have a hard time getting through all of our agenda items because there is so much discussion in those boards. We are working on strategies and structure that will help us have more focus in the future, and it'll also help us have more effectiveness. And I think that what you all will see is that we will be bringing more voices to our table and to our boardroom that I think will be very, very helpful. I'm also pleased to let you know that Lori Hefner will be chair next year. Patrick Norton will be the immediate past chair. And then you'll see Mayor Jerem step in as the chair-elect. And so look forward to his leadership in 2026 and especially in 2027. I think the last time I was here is when we announced that we had promoted Jimmy and Stewart to presidents of Visit Myrtle Beach and president of the Myrtle Beach Area Chamber. And I just want to tell you, I underestimated how awesome that change would be. Frankly, I underestimated how awesome they would be. It has exceeded my expectations in every single way. Speaking of team members, it's incredible. I mean, I know that, and somebody made a joke that the four people that are going to present today, it looks like the FBI walked into the room. They're on the front row. But they get a lot of the accolades and a lot of the credit in the community, but behind them is just an incredible team, a world-class team. I knew that was a world-class team from afar, because one of the things I'll tell you is most people don't know this, is that whether you're in San Diego or whether you're in Tucson, Arizona, or whether you're in Topeka, Kansas, or Tulsa, Oklahoma, we're all studying the Destination Marketing Organization and the Chamber in Myrtle Beach because it's best in class and it's one of the world-class organizations. To speaking of that, and I know Stuart's going to share a couple accolades, but I just have one. There's an international organization that I absolutely love. It's called City Nation Place, and recently they just put out a list of their top 12 destination marketing organizations in the world when it comes to strategy. Let's just list them for you. That's Brazil, Calgary, Wales, Estonia, Europe, Faroe Islands, Jamaica, San Diego, Seattle, South Australia, Winnipeg, and little old us. And to be on that list is pretty impressive. And I look forward, actually, Stuart is engaging with that international organization and getting very involved. So I'm really excited about that. Another thing I'm anxious for and I'm excited about is, I don't know if you know why, but I can't wait for November 5th. I can't wait for this election to be over. And I'll just say this, to all those seeking to lead, I would just say tearing down your own community to win an office is like tearing down a child in hopes that she will be better. So I think it's important that we stay positive for the next 28 days and beware of those that are tearing down their community in hopes that it'll be better someday. It just doesn't make sense to me. Jimmy's going to talk a little bit about our resident sentiment survey, but one of the things that's really cool, and remember this, 89% of people that live in Myrtle Beach are proud to live here. 89%. No matter what you read on social media, 89% of people that live in Myrtle Beach are proud to live here. I love this quote. It's a little bit complex. It's from 1694. It's George Saville. And it is, there are hardly two creatures of a different species than the same man when he is tending to a place and when he is in possession of it. I know it sounds complex, but look that quote up. You all are in possession of it. You guys do a really nice job while you're in possession of it. Today, you're going to hear from the FBI. Matt Metzger, our Chief Administration Officer, is going to talk about visitor centers. I don't know if we've ever presented on that to you. Randy McKeel, you've heard from him before. Chief Financial Officer is going to talk about accountability reports. He's going to share numbers with you. Stuart Butler, the president of Visit Myrtle Beach, is going to talk about marketing. I think he's going to share more numbers. And actually, very interestingly, he's going to talk about rain. And it's going to be super interesting, more interesting than you think rain can be. Jimmy Gray, the president of Myrtle Beach Area Chamber, is going to give a report, and I'm excited for him to share some results of our first Residents Advisory Council. And then lastly, before I turn it over to Matt Metzger, you might have seen on social media that Stuart Butler was just named the International Content Marketer of the Year by the Content Marketing Institute. Goes back to the sophistication of this organization. So when he comes up here, just give him a thumbs up because he's pretty incredible and he's pretty special.
Why don't we just clap for him right now?
With that, I'll over to Matt Metzger.
Thanks for the introduction, Matt. I'm really happy to have you in this organization. Good morning, City Council, Madam Mayor.
Good morning.
Happy to be here this morning to give you an overview of our Visitor Center services. If you don't know me, my name is Matt Metzger. I'm the Chief Administrative Officer here. I lead our people and operations at the Visit Myrtle Beach and Chamber, also known as Support Services. Support Services is human resources, information technology, facilities, compliance, risk management, insurance, emergency management, and of course, visitor centers that we're going to focus on here today. Before I dive into visitor centers, I did want to touch on emergency management. We provide critical communications and planning during hurricanes and disasters through our direct relationships with you, the county, and volunteer organizations, as well as our community and visitors. We hold a seat on the Emergency Operations Center, known as ESF 24. That's for business and commerce. And we're active participants at the VOAG group, which is Volunteer Organizations and Active Disasters. We play a vital role in ensuring the beach is protected and prepared before, during, and after the storm. And we don't do that just during the event. We're planning throughout the year with collaboration, communication, and coordination with our local partners to ensure that we're protecting our residents, visitors, and the beach as a whole. Before I jump into what we do and how we do it, I do want to recognize my visitor center team, and we have some of them in the crowd today. Andrea Hardwick and Connie Schneider, please stand up. They're over our Oak Street Center. We have Casey Harkins over our airport. She supports our visitor center. And we have two members of our visitor center specialists at our airport, Marisa Garcia and Kevin Hines. Kevin Hines might look familiar to you. He was a 30-year member of the Myrtle Beach Police Department, and he's continuing that service to our visitors even into retirement. When we're not operating our visitor center, we have a call center solutions that provide support to our visitors 24 hours a day and 7 days a week. Now, the services that we do provide, we serve as the gateway to the beach. We provide hospitality, information, and support services. And we make our visitors feel welcome, valued, and encouraged to come back. And we want to make sure they're coming back. We're the first impressions team. We provide hospitality. We greet visitors with a warm welcome. We create a positive, welcoming environment that reflects our organization and the community as a whole. We're an information hub. We provide maps, brochures, visitor guides. Print isn't dead. People do like these visitor guides. And we do it electronically through our Visit Myrtle Beach website. We answer questions about local attractions, dining, lodging events, and transportation. And during weather events, we provide real-time information to our guests and our visitors to make sure the beach is open and safe for everyone to come. We provide navigation and orientation. We direct visitors to a destination. We help visitors feel welcome and informed at all times and providing overall support to them. We promote our businesses and our community. We tie the local economy to the visitor and support the local culture. How do we do that? We have 4 different types of interactions. So one of the interactions is called visitor greetings. So through our visitor center, we'll greet them. At the peak of the season, you'll see here, we greet 25,000 visitors each month. So there's definitely a large amount of people that we actually have positive interactions with. We also do that through emails, through info at Visit Myrtle Beach. We provide information when people are inquiring about different things about our destination. We do that through visitor calls. Planning a trip or need information or real-time information, they can do that through our call center solutions or through one of our visitor centers. We also leverage technology. So 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, we're chatting with visitors, and we're also piloting AI technology to support that cause. I'm also proud to announce that back in 2023, we were one of 3 DMOs to participate in the Front Porch program, and that program is basically through Discover South Carolina that supports two-way communication between the destination and the South Carolina Welcome Centers. So we provide them with quality information, and in turn, they're sending us visitors that want to see and do the things in the Myrtle Beach area. And also, too, as a perk of that program, we get travel, training and development opportunities for a visitor center team, and we're also participants of the annual conference that we have here in the South Carolina at the South Carolina Welcome Centers. There's so much to see and do at the beach. 90 golf courses, 2,000 plus restaurants, lodging, shopping, and it's changing. That landscape is changing all the time. So as a team, each year we dedicate time to training and development through organizing local fam tours of the beach to be well-versed and pass along that information to our visitors and make sure they keep coming back. I'm really proud of our team and what we offer. We are truly an extension of our community. Our brand is Visit Myrtle Beach, and they truly are the storytellers that make people keep coming back. So before I pass it along to Randy McKeel to review financials, does anyone have any questions about visitor center services?
Council? I have one. Have you all ever discussed doing a visitor center on Ocean Boulevard in the core visitor corridor?
That's something we're thinking about, reviewing strategy in the coming years. Always looking for opportunities to improve the visitor center experience. And that's really important. Be able to engage our visitors is what we want to do, so that's something we'll discuss as part of our holistic strategy, for sure.
Thank you.
Thank you, Council.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Now it's time to present the marketing investments that we make on your behalf. So diving into April through June tourism development fee, we invested a total of $11,204,487.37 to reach non-South Carolina visitors out of state. For people in the audience, the tourism development fee is a 1% general sales and use tax on all sales at retail, with a few exceptions, within the city limits of Myrtle Beach. So looking at the numbers, digital and social search investments were 28%. When you add television and outdoor print, the total equals 41% for all traditional advertising. General consumer promotions came to 8%. Group sales, international and golf, the three specialty markets, equaled 29%, and that's because Myrtle Beach Classic expenses hit in May. Creative and content development and research was 15%. Destination publicity is at 4%, and air service is at 3%. Moving to April through June accommodations tax, we invested a total of $577,901.36 to reach visitors more than 50 miles away. For people in the audience, again, the accommodations tax is the 2% state tax applied to rooms rented to guests for less than 90 consecutive days. So looking at the numbers, air service is at 4%. Digital and social search is the biggest investment at 38%. And then when you add television and outdoor and print, the total equals 57% for all traditional advertising. General consumer promotions are at 16%. Group sales, international and golf, the three specialty markets, equals 16%. Again, the Myrtle Beach Classic expenses hitting in May. Creative and content development and research was 4%, and destination publicity was 3%. Does anyone have questions about any of our numbers or accountability?
Randy, this might not be you, but the air service, I know Spirit Airlines has been in a bit of trouble recently financially. Do you know how that might affect? Somebody else knows how that might affect the airport.
Probably Stuart. He's our marketing person.
Thank you for the question. Yeah, we're constantly in dialogue with MYR, and it's something we're paying attention to. They just went back into, for the second time, into Chapter 11 bankruptcy. Right now, Spirit represents about 30% of our carrier lift. That's down significantly. It used to be over 50. It was our major carrier, but for the work that we've done in conjunction with the county, the city, and MYR over the last several years, we've brought in folks like Southwest, Breeze, Avelo, so we've definitely tried to diversify. I think long-term, we have a good strategy, so regardless of whatever happens with Spirit, we may see a slight decrease in carrier lift in the short term, but I think ultimately the end result is going to be net positive for us regardless.
I didn't realize that Spirit's capacity at MYR had decreased. Well, maybe their capacity hasn't decreased, but our capacity has increased to make them a smaller percentage. I did not realize that.
That's been
so that's good news.
Yeah, we've been seeing this potential coming for quite some time, so we've been working hard to try to make sure if in fact they don't come out of bankruptcy, then we're prepared.
That's
Thank you.
because Fox stopped using them.
Okay. Well, it was actually time to introduce Stuart, so you might as well stay up here, Stuart. Up next is Stuart Butler, president of Visit Myrtle Beach, who will take you on a journey through the ins and outs of spreading the word about our beautiful destination.
Thank you. I needed my exercise. That's good. Thank you, Madam Mayor and Council. Appreciate you having us here today. I'm going to go through our Q2 update. So this is April, May, June of this year. I have more data later than that. It's not in this report. We'll report that later in the year, but I'm happy to share that with you privately as well. We're going to be releasing that to the media today as well. I want to start on a really positive note. A couple of really good things. As you know, we've been working hard on our culinary scene here in the Myrtle Beach area for some time. I believe that we're dramatically underappreciated. The culinary scene here is better than it's ever been, and it's getting better every day. We have some amazing chefs, amazing experiences. To celebrate that, the local palate, in conjunction with the James Beard Foundation, is holding an event here in Pine Lakes on October 23rd. It's going to be celebrating local chefs and also have some James Beard recognized chefs on there. And that local Culinary Institute is also going to be a part of that. And we're hoping to turn that into, over time, into a big celebration and food festival. But I'm pleased to say this event's actually sold out. So there's a lot of demand for it, which is really exciting to see that the community here wants to celebrate the culinary scene. We're hoping to release a few more limited tickets next week, so keep your eyes out open for that. We're working with the venue to see if we can squeeze a few more folks in. While I'm on the culinary narrative, I don't know if you saw this or not, but TripAdvisor just released their list of the best restaurants in the country. And I'm proud to say that our very own Hook and Barrel was not just #1 casual dining restaurant in the state, it's actually #3 in the nation. And so that is tremendous accomplishment for Heidi and the whole team there that do a phenomenal job. I know all of you have probably frequented at that restaurant many times, but they do a top-notch job providing exceptional service. And we continue to hear rave reviews about that restaurant. So congrats to Heidi. And the whole team, I wanted to acknowledge that. And yeah, #1 in the state, #3 in the nation is not too bad. Speaking of TripAdvisor, we continue to maintain our position. You know, a couple of years ago, coming out of COVID, when a lot of other folks pulled back on their marketing, we decided to follow the marketing strategy playbook and continue to double down on our investment in marketing. And proud to say we took a lot of market share when we did that, and we've maintained it. We are now, and we continue to be, the most popular beach destination, according to TripAdvisor, in the country. We're #4 in the nation this year, again, behind non-beach destinations, Orlando, New York, and Las Vegas. So that's a testament to the product we have here, to the quality of the people and the experience we have here, but also the hard work of promoting the destination as well. So there's the good news. It's been a challenging year. We're certainly seeing decreases in occupancy and ATAX collections within the city of Myrtle Beach. We knew this was going to be the case this year coming in. We have some very sophisticated AI predictive modeling that told us we were going to be down through the summer over last year, primarily due to economic factors, political uncertainty, unrest, challenges with Canadian market, and things like that. So we knew we were going to be down, but what I'm proud to say is Myrtle Beach continues to be resilient. We continue to outperform our comp set. Here's just a few markets in the Florida area, beach destinations that we keep an eye on. So even though we're down a little bit this year, we're seeing that we're still outperforming our competition and maintaining market share. There's a couple of beaches that did outperform us, but there's a variety of factors. One is Virginia Beach. They didn't do so well last year, so their year-over-year numbers look pretty good. So what really happened here, if you look, this is a bit of an eyesore chart, but what we're looking at there is our predictive model, last year's performance and this year's performance. And where you see we struggled a little bit was that May-June period. That's where we didn't quite hit. We knew we were going to be down. We ended up being down a little more than we were hoping to be. And not only did we have economic factors, but we also had environmental factors. If you remember back, we had wildfires, we had storms, we had a lot of precipitation. And this is where Matt was talking about it's going to be fun to look at rain data. I don't know if it's going to be fun. It's fun for me because I'm a nerd, but I don't know if it'll be fun for you. But let's look at what we were dealing with in May and June of this year. So the bars on the right are this year compared to the previous 3 years. This is the amount of precipitation in those months. Dramatic increase. That's not great. And we know that. So we saw that this was having impact. We wanted to try to quantify it. We just hired a new director of data and research that is helping us look even further into the data that we have. And so she pulled this really cool chart. I think it's cool. You guys might think it's boring. But what it tells us is that the more rain, it's actually weird because if you have a little bit of rain, it doesn't seem, it bothers people. If you have a little bit more rain, it doesn't bother people so much. But then when you have over 3 or 4 inches, people don't book as much, especially near term. And we're in an environment right now where people are waiting to the last minute because of the economic uncertainty. They're waiting for the last minute to book. So when the weather forecast looks like it's going to rain over the next 7 or 14 days, we see a dramatic decrease in last minute bookings. So that was the pressure that came into us through May and June of this year. We also looked at what impact, I don't have the chart, but we also looked at what impact this has on cancellations. And we see the exact same pattern. There's a little bit of rain, we see a good bit of cancellations. A little bit more rain, it drops, but then once it gets over that 3-4 inches in the next 7 days, we see a lot more cancellations. So it reduces demand and it increases cancellations when we see this much precipitation. So that's something we can't control. I will tell people we're working on trying to control the weather. They don't believe me, but we're talking about it. Okay. So, what is this chart? Forgive me. I've lost my place here. Okay, so this is ATAX. Here we go. So this is the reality we're dealing with. A-tax within the city limits for Q2 of this year is down almost 9%. Now, a lot of that is the occupancy pressure that we saw due to the economy and the weather. Some of it's also inventory decrease. So if you think about, we've removed several rooms over the last couple of years, some of the more problematic hotels, and even some that have sold and are out of commission because they're being converted. So we've got to keep that in mind. Contextualize that a little bit. Since 2019, and you might want to write this one down. It's interesting. I didn't know this until yesterday when we were digging into it. Since 2019, our area's seen an 8.5% decrease in the amount of inventory, the amount of bedrooms we have available according to STR. So
What was that number again?
It's about 8.5%. And so that's not permanent decrease because some of these are going to come back. You know, obviously we've got new product that's being built. Interestingly, we track about 52 either builds or renovations that are going on in the Grand Strand right now. 30 of those are within the city limits of Myrtle Beach, either new builds or major renovations that are happening to our product, which is amazing. So yeah, A-tax took a little bit of a hit. Interestingly though, TDF is about flat compared to last year. Some of this is because of, you know, CPI, the inflation. Things cost a little bit more. But what we're also seeing is people want to spend money on experiences. I had a conversation, I won't name them publicly, but with one of our attractions. And I've had this conversation with several, but they were specifically talking about how things like food and beverage sales at their attraction are down, but paying for experiences at their attractions, memories, those are up significantly. So what people value has changed, and they're willing to spend money if you provide a great experience for them. And so some of our indoor attractions actually, because of the rain, had a fairly decent year. Outdoor attractions, probably not so much. This chart is something we all need to be paying attention to. It's something I've talked about every time I've been up here in front of you. Our product is aging in areas. We need to continue to invest in product. And when I say product, I'm talking about attractions, I'm talking about hotels, I'm talking about restaurants. What this chart shows, this is from a national organization that analyzes hotel performance and projects hotel performance based on chain scale, which basically means, you know, price point and quality and amenities. And so what we see is mid-scale and upscale hotels and resorts are doing well, and they're going to continue to do well into the future. Economy hotels, limited service hotels, and independent hotels, meaning non-flags, non-Marriotts, non-Hiltons, those properties are struggling a little bit right now. Across the country, this isn't just a Myrtle Beach phenomenon. Where it's a challenge specifically for our area is the majority of our inventory is economy product and independent product. Now, we are seeing that shift a little bit. We're seeing some properties go offline and come back as a flag property as a Marriott or a Hilton. But our message to everyone, all of our members and everyone in the community is continue to invest in the quality of your product. Because if you don't, it's not going to be pretty. This data shows that quite starkly. So just keep that in mind. And then finally, I wanted to end on a happy note after all that doom and gloom. Just give you a report. We got our numbers back for all the One Flight Myrtle Beach Classic. Obviously, we had a little bit of rain this year. That was in that May period, and it rained out a couple of days, but it did not dampen the spirits at the event. Although we had fewer people actually attend this year. It was down a couple of thousand people over the full weekend. We actually saw a larger economic impact in the community, which was great. The celebrity edition was phenomenal success, and we saw a lot more media exposure as a result of the celebrities. But we also got a lot more TV time because of the quality of the field and because of the drama that transpired down to a playoff. And so I'm proud to say this is coming back again. The One Flight Myrtle Beach Classic will be back again this Mother's Day weekend. We're planning to do a couple of small tweaks. We're going to shorten the field a little bit. And then we're also going to bring in a lot more celebrities this year. So with that, I'm going to turn it to you guys for any questions you have for me. Thank you.
Stuart, are you seeing any, last year our tourism was down back in the fall because of Helene, because a lot of our tourists come from the North Carolina area.
Yeah.
Is that kind of trickled into this year also?
It has, yeah. There was a couple of factors, right? Because we had Debbie, different Debbie. We had a Hurricane Debbie, and we had Helene last year. One of the things that Helene did is it displaced some folks. So even though some folks weren't able to travel on vacation, some actually relocated here temporarily as well. So there's a lot of factors because of storms. And it's really hard for us as we look and try to map out year over year ever, because there's very few years where we didn't have some kind of weather event or wildfire or something. Like this year, if you remember, we had tropical storm right around July 4th as well, which really impacted us. And hopefully that'll be reflected next year in better numbers. But yeah, we factor that into our analysis, and it certainly has an impact. Even the recent hurricane that didn't transpire here, for a week, the media whipped it up into a frenzy that Myrtle Beach was going to get a direct hit. And fortunately, it went out to sea, and it didn't impact us directly with weather, but psychologically it impacted us because we saw a lot of cancellations and a lot of folks decide not to make those last-minute bookings. So weather has a big impact.
Do you think we can do anything to try to change that narrative with the Weather Channel and the other?
We're actively engaged with a lot of our local and regional media to try to educate them on the impact that has, because they tend to have a tendency to whip it up into a frenzy leading up to it, and then as soon as the storm's gone, it's radio silence. There's no updates, right? So if you live in California, in your mind, Myrtle Beach was wiped off the face of the earth. So we're doing a couple of things. One is educating them directly. Two is we've got two specific tactics we deploy immediately after a storm now. One is called a satellite media tour, where we go and connect with all of those media outlets in our drive markets, and we put a representative on air in all their news stations talking about fun, exciting stuff that feels like news, but what we're really doing is subliminally telling people Myrtle Beach is open and you can come and have a great time. The other thing is we're engaging with our local content creators. We've created a coalition of content creators, and we have a lot in our area. It's one of the best places to be a content creator. It's been named down in a lot of lists, so a lot of young folks moving here to be content creators. So we're engaging them, and we're educating them on the importance of them being positive ambassadors for our community. And I'm pleased to say majority of them are all on board with that. And so when there are storm events, we now provide talking points to them and encourage them to get out, do Facebook Lives and TikToks and stuff to show we're open for business and we're ready to welcome our visitors again.
That's a great way to utilize it, because I know it takes 2 days to get everybody out for an evacuation, but it takes at least 2 weeks.
Yeah, it's a 2-week
to get them
hangover.
back into the beach.
Exactly right. Yeah, we've shortened that a little bit. It's now about a week and a day, the hangover, but it's still a hangover after a storm.
Stuart, you spoke about the air traffic and the kind of decline in the number of Spirit flights, but have we seen, I know there's a lot of activity in the airline industry of consolidating flights and that type of thing. So have we seen a decrease overall in air traffic coming in and flights, or is it evened out?
Yeah, we're pretty balanced. We have a world-class airport here. They're very proactive on a national and international level, working with the carriers to ensure that we know what's going on, where their pain points are, and try to help resolve those. I think if the worst case scenario occurs with Spirit, we'll see a short-term dip, but I think we'll come back, like I said earlier, stronger and replace those carriers. It's interesting because there's a dynamic that happens that some carriers won't come in to Myrtle Beach if they see there's too much saturation on a certain route. But when someone leaves that route, the vultures circle quick and you usually replace it, especially if it's a popular route, So if we lost some of the Spirit routes that we know are full most of the time, I don't think it'll take long to replace them. Now, we hope Spirit comes through it. We're certainly great partners with them. But regardless of the scenario that does occur, we're prepared and we're ready to take it. Myrtle Beach last year had a record year for employments and deplayments. This year depends on the month. We've either beaten it, been a little bit under, but we have a world-class airport. Actually voted #1 small airport in the country last year. And they're in the running for that again this year. It's a phenomenal organization. Obviously, we've got 6 new gates coming online here pretty soon. That doesn't sound like a lot of gates, but when you think we only had 12, that's a 50% increase in capacity. So I think the future is very bright for our airport.
Stuart, I want to go back to Ms. Hatley's point about the media. I will say that last week, the Weather Channel, for the first time in my 8 years, actually did an interview on a beautiful sunny morning when the beach was incredible.
Yep.
And they actually talked about why people should come to Myrtle Beach, because the weather was great, everything was open. And I think they should get a shout out from
Yeah,
the
for
chamber
sure.
for that, because that
Yeah.
really helped
Those things
us.
don't happen by accident. Let's just say that.
Well, it shocked me.
Thank you all. Appreciate it.
Stuart,
Thank you.
I just have one question. Sorry, Jimmy. All things considered, looking at the fourth quarter of this year, which we're already in,
Yeah.
and all of '26, what are you folks seeing for tourism? Are we going to be flat? That's what I think we're going to be. What are you seeing?
Yeah, it's going to be close. I mean, I think it's hard to catch up on that May-June dip that we saw, primarily because of precipitation. This has been a challenging year for a lot of people. The U.S. has seen the lowest travel numbers since pre-pandemic, or since the pandemic year, since 2020. I mean, we're taking a shellacking. The U.S. in general is struggling with international travel. That doesn't impact us as much, although we have seen, depending on the month, a 30 to 40% decrease in Canadian travel. So that's certainly a factor. Cruise lines are having a massive resurgence right now. You know, they took it on the chin during COVID, so they're sort of rebounding now. I don't think that's permanent. I think that'll sort of balance out. I think considering all the headwinds, we should be very proud of the resiliency of this community. Now, that doesn't mean, because some people are going to hear that and think I'm tone deaf, that doesn't mean that it's distributed evenly. You know, if you're an independent aging hotel right now, you probably didn't have a great year. If you're an outdoor attraction, you probably didn't have a great year. But if you're a high-end restaurant, like a Hook and Barrel, if you're a world-class indoor attraction, like a Medieval Times, you probably had a pretty good year. And so I think you're going to hear more from the negative folks, the folks that are down this year. It's natural, right? People are going to communicate more if they're struggling than if they're having a successful year. But on balance, I feel like we've done very well as a community, and we should be very proud.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys. Over to Jimmy.
I'll be very brief. Thank you all for the time this morning. So wanted to give a quick update on the chamber side of the building and some issues that we're monitoring and tracking. Number one is the natural gas issue. So Horry County remains the only county out of all 46 counties statewide that has a moratorium on commercial natural gas expansions. This is largely due to litigation over an expanded pipeline that would serve Horry County. And we're happy to report that litigation was heard before the state Supreme Court a couple weeks ago. So really it should be any day now when I'm being optimistic when we receive a favorable ruling from the state Supreme Court that Dominion Energy will prevail and the State Department of Environmental Services will prevail, and we'll be able to start turning dirt on some of these projects. If you look up and down the beach, this is holding up over $1 billion worth of commercial investment in all of Horry County, and probably hundreds of millions of dollars just here in the city of Myrtle Beach alone. So excited to receive a positive ruling from the state Supreme Court on that natural gas issue. Beach renourishment, I won't even talk about beach renourishment. All I'll do is encourage you all to watch the fantastic video that your Communications and Creative Services Department posted this morning. Credit to them. It's a really educational, great video about beach renourishment that's for the first time taking place in this winter, but for the first time since 2018. So please watch that video. We're going to be working with your team as well as the county and the Army Corps of Engineers to help make sure our residents, visitors, and business owners are prepared for this slight disruption, but investment in our number one asset. Last thing I'll touch on the chamber update side is, Matt hinted at this, but a resident advisory task force. So we do a really good job of talking to tourists. We do a really good job of talking to business owners. We do an okay job at talking to elected officials, but we realized recently that we had a little bit of a blind spot, that we weren't necessarily talking to residents. We're residents. We all live here. We all, are part of the community as well. So we've worked and established the first that I know of resident advisory task force for our organization to make sure that the work that the chamber side is doing, that the Visit Myrtle Beach side is doing, accurately reflects the needs and wants of the communities that we all live in and that you all represent. So we had over 80 people apply countywide, apply to be a part of this resident advisory task force. And I give a lot of credit to Robert Whitehurst on our team, who is our community advocacy manager, who's heading this group up. Had over 80 people apply. So we had several of our board members kind of sift through those applications and get it to a working group size of about 20 or so. And we had our first meeting about a week ago. It's countywide. We have a number of people from the city of Myrtle Beach. A number of them mentioned you in their applications. But wanted to just share a report from you all that we had them outline some of their initial concerns and things that they'd be interested in the chamber looking at a little bit more. A lot of it relates to ensuring that there are jobs in the area that their children or grandchildren can fill, making sure that we are growing at a pace that we can all control and live with, given that we live here. Concerns about roads. But really that economic development piece it stood out from that group. It was a common theme about making sure that, we don't have to send our grandkids off to Charlotte or to, Columbia to get a job, a high-paying job, making sure that we can keep those jobs here in Myrtle Beach. So wanted to share that report. That group will continue to meet. Man, it's going to be a busy fall. And I'm not even running for re-election like some of you are. It is going to be incredibly busy, and we're putting a number of things on your calendars that we wanted to flag for you all. The first one's going to be this Thursday. So as you're familiar with, every other year we invite the Freshman Caucus. This is State House of Representatives members. We get them when they're really, really new and young, before they become a governor or before they become a senator. And we invite them to Myrtle Beach and talk to them about why Myrtle Beach is the most important community in the state as it relates to the state's economic activity. So encourage you all to join us. You have an invitation in your email inbox this Thursday as we do a welcome reception for those, I think it's nearly 20 legislators that will be coming to Myrtle Beach for a great retreat. All credit to Jada Hudson on our team for kind of managing that and coordinating the schedules of 20 legislators and their families. Thank you, Jada. The following week, next Wednesday, we have our legislative luncheon. That's at the Dunes Club. Note the time change there. It's 11 o'clock a.m. at the Dunes Club. We're starting a little bit earlier, but this is a panel where we have all of the state elected leaders sit on a panel, and we grill them with tough questions about their priorities. But that's a powerful room, and encourage you, if you haven't received an invite on any of these, just text me if you're able to join us. The Ignite Women's Conference. This is the fourth year of the Ignite Women's Conference. Hundreds of female leaders from around the area descend on the convention center every October, and it's a powerhouse group of female leaders from around the county and around the state that'll be joining us at that women's conference. And the last item that you see on there isn't until December, but wanted to flag it for you all. It's been years since our community has gone to Washington, D.C., and there's a lot of new staff, there's a lot of new elected officials. So we decided to take matters a little bit into our own hands, and we're hosting a reception in Washington, D.C. for our community, and invite you all to join us to fly up to Washington, D.C., come and bring staff as well to let South Carolina delegation and our elected leaders know what's happening in the Myrtle Beach area, and let them know that we're paying attention, and the work that they do in Washington, D.C., it does impact us, our lives, and our families down here. You can learn more about everything that we just talked about on the sources on the screen there. I will say that Randy went through very briefly and high level the financial reports for TDF and ATAX. Every single cent that this organization spends is accounted for on that website, myrtlebeachareacvb.com. That is not normal. Our competitors, all those people that we're competing with, that Stuart showed you with, that we're actually beating right now, they don't do that. We are accountable for every single penny that we spend, and a lot of that credit goes to Randy McKeel and Mary Morose and the finance department team that we have. But that is something that we know is important to you all. We know it's important to residents. That's not something that our competitors are doing, but we all, I think, understand the importance of transparency and want folks to know that those dollars are being invested wisely. So I encourage folks to go to myrtlebeachareacvb.com to learn more about all of what we talked about this morning. I have overstayed my welcome. If there are any questions, I'm grateful to take them, but happy to move on to your next presentations too.
Any questions? Cool. All right. Thank you all very, very much. Matt, did you want to close anything? Are we done?
I'll say one more thing because I forgot. I just want to give out a shout out to BJ Beaver with Partnership Grand Strand, who's our interim executive director. We have a board meeting this week. That interim may be lifted, but he's just doing a fantastic job, and just look forward to some really good strategic work from that organization in the upcoming months. So, but BJ Beaver is doing a fantastic job, and I want to mention that to you. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you all. Are you staying for the CIP report? I just want to give you a chance to go ahead and sneak out while you can, and then we'll start.
I note that Jimmy has stayed.
That's right. All right, we're going to move on to the CIP project review. Dylan Schumpert and Chris Miller, you want to lead us through that? Chris is just going to sit back.
He has his own presentation. Good morning, everybody.
Morning.
Morning.
Here to give you a brief overview on some recent and upcoming capital projects. One of our more recent ones is we just completed the Market Commons parking decks. That went very well, considering all the weather we had to face. We went through and reinforced many of the joints that had deteriorated over time due to water damage. And we also applied a deck coating to the top floor to prevent future water damage. Next, we'll be moving on to the convention center. We should be starting that about mid-November. We're thinking it'll take probably about 4 phases to do, and we're expecting them to pick up pace as they go and really learn how to work with the materials. The theater project is also going very well. They're currently erecting steel on site. So pretty neat to drive by the super block over there and see the cranes and everything going on. Fire Station 1 is still being planned. We are pretty close to finalizing the final floor plan. You can see some renderings on screen there. Fire Station 2, we are doing some minor renovations inside, painting, replacing the ceiling, adding a couple new fixtures and that sort of thing to make it feel more comfortable in the space. Fire Station 3, we have completed the admin portion of that, which was an addition to the original building, and we are currently working on the separate new fire station. It should be done in the next upcoming few weeks. Once we've completed that, we will renovate the existing fire station into a new training center. Fire Station 4, we've added a privacy fence around the back to prevent foot traffic coming through. We've gone through and replaced the roof, and we are currently working on replacing their driveway. That's been just cracked over the years due to the fire trucks. In this law enforcement center, we recently just installed a new front lobby counter. It has bullet resistance. It'll pass through drawers and everything to make sure that our officers at the front counter are protected as possible. We're also renovating the clerk court side, their lobby, their front counter and everything. And we're also giving them new furniture, painting their office and that sort of thing to make it more presentable. The scale house, that project went very well. We worked very closely with the solid waste department to figure out how to design a building that would much better accommodate their needs. We've added more safety features like bollards on the side of the building to protect it from large trucks. We've gone through and painted everything protective yellow to make sure everybody stays in their lines. And the street department was nice enough to come through and install some traffic signaling for us on the actual scale. Oceanwood Cemetery, their sales office building, it burned down recently, and we had to try to get it rebuilt as quickly as we possibly could so they would not have to operate out of a Connex box for too long. The new building came out looking very nice. It's about the same footprint, about the same size. I think it looks very presentable. It even has a nice little asphalt parking lot up front. Along with that, the Oceanwood Cemetery expansion added about 3,500 to 400 plots to it, about 7 acres. It has also turned out very well. Doug Shaw Visitor Clubhouse. We were tasked with building a clubhouse that looked as close as possible to the home clubhouse to accommodate visiting teams. I think our contractors and architects did a great job almost making it identical. We also added some additional fencing, concrete, and everything to make it more usable in that space. Fields 10 and 11 at Buddy Steyer's Athletic Complex. We went through and did a whole lot of renovations for that place. It's got new batting cages, the sod was done, it's new fencing, we're about to install new lighting, and we even put in one of the public restrooms that we've been using around the city. Fields 8 and 9 will be approached next. That'll just be resurfacing of those fields. Savannah's Playground is another big project going on. I believe Dustin's handling that one. But what'll be done is they'll go through and replace any worn, damaged equipment that's out there currently and redo all the rubber surface matting to make it safer out there, along with adding a large shade structure, I believe, over the main jungle gym. McLeod Park, I believe they're working on the stormwater currently to accommodate for the upcoming splash pad to be installed there. And once the splash pad is installed, they'll be installing a nice little ornamental fence around it. And Newtown Dog Park, we're adding a new public restroom at that location. We're going to locate it just outside the fence, so it's not inside either dog park. That's all I got. Any questions?
On the convention center renovation, it looked like there's some pretty significant roof changes. Is that to
That's correct.
solve the problem with the windows and the leakage?
Over the years, the convention center has continued to leak, and that was just because of the construction. There were so many different materials coming together on that front lobby and storefront. So yes, we're redesigning the roof itself to accommodate that and prevent future leaks.
It looks much more updated too. I like
Also, the way it's set up should reduce heat in there significantly, which has been a problem for the convention center.
it. Great.
Let me ask you a quick question on the theater.
Sure.
Last month, I would get emails every week about, it looks like work on the theater is stopped for about 3 or 4 weeks. Was there a specific reason why that was occurring?
I believe the issue was it the steel? The steel, the size of the steel. The buildings themselves are not perfectly aligned. You know, it's a renovation. So when the steel came in, it was just short a couple inches in some spaces, or maybe too long in some spaces. So we were waiting to have that steel refabricated and brought on site.
Okay. I will say too, on Fire Station 3, I mean, you all did, what a fantastic job. And folks, if you haven't been down there to look at it, get down there. That is a real asset to the community. Just a wonderful job. Congratulations on that.
Thank you.
Oh, on the new fire stations, they seem to have bifold doors instead of roll-up doors. What's the,
I recently went to a conference with our fire department on fire station design, and they were really pushing those bifold doors. They just open up so much more quickly, and they actually have a whole lot of sensors on them, both on the front and on the inside, that will help not to damage the door when you are trying to leave as quickly as possible to address a fire.
all right. So they're quicker and we'll get our people to the fires
Correct.
faster.
It's very observant of you. Thank you, Dylan.
Thank you.
Morning, council.
morning.
Just want to go ahead and give you an update on the infrastructure side of the capital improvements. Don't have many pretty pictures, but just kind of did a bullet point list of some of the projects. All of these projects are active and currently in one of 3 phases, either in design, construction, or in completion. First one, I'm just going to hit a couple of the high spots. Akline and White Street, Community Development Block Grant funded project. This is mostly streetscape and drainage improvements. That's currently in design and in the permitting phase right now. We're about a year out before construction on that. Phase 2 of the 48-inch water transmission main going to North Myrtle Beach. Phase 2 goes from 33rd Avenue to 62nd Avenue North by the tunnel by the YMCA up Marina Parkway. That one is in permitting stage and design as well. And then also Phase 3 and 4, which will take us all the way up to the Carolina Opry, where we tie in and head up to North Myrtle Beach. Some of the other ones in design. 3rd Avenue North Sidewalk. I know this was an ask from council about 3 years ago. We finally have that currently designed, and it's in the bidding process. So probably the next 2 or 3 months, we'll start seeing activity on 3rd Avenue North. This sidewalk will go from Highway 501 to Broadway Street, and then a small section on Broadway down to Collins Street, and we'll complete the sidewalk on Broadway. Highway 15 multi-purpose path. This one also is completed. We're waiting for some DOT comments since it's a state highway. That's going to go from Harrelson Boulevard all the way to 3rd Avenue South. That one's getting ready to be completed and go out for bid as well.
Excuse me.
Yes.
Is that going to replace the current sidewalk, or is it going to be on the, what will require?
Right, yep. The smaller 4-foot sidewalk, we're going to take that out and do 10-foot all the way down.
Okay, when, just as a thought, along between what would be called 5th Avenue and Barrington Road, right there in that area, it always, when we ever have, it doesn't take much of a rain, that floods right there.
Okay.
And so, in the process of doing this, I wish we could get that built up to where it doesn't, it's not underwater when it
I will
rains.
definitely take a look at that. I was unaware of that, so yeah, we will definitely incorporate that into the project. Currently in construction, as you all are aware, 24th Avenue outfall. We're about 50% complete. We're still shooting for late winter, early spring for completion. And then the construction will be done, but then we have to take the trestle out of the ocean. So that's going to be another 3 or 4 months, but we're about 50% completed with that. Arts and Innovation District, I'm sure you're all aware of the pavers and the asphalt are being completed. That road will be, hopefully, final product will be the end of next week. They're scheduled to come in Wednesday to put the asphalt down, so we'll start seeing the final product here in the next few days. We'll be moving over to Oak Street between 8th Avenue and the rear parking lot there that we did in Phase 1A. Citywide paving, we've done 6.5 miles this year of city and state roads. Some of the completed projects that we've just finished up. Phase 1 of the 48-inch water transmission main that went by, from Mama Canal there by Broadway at the beach up to 33rd Avenue and tied into 17 bypass there by the Greek church. That phase has been completed. The parking lot expansion at Warbird Park's been completed. We added 50 parking spaces, 2 bus parking spaces, and a bathroom facility to that park. And then we also completed 3.7 miles of city and state roads last year with our CTC paving. We've also completed Phase 1 and 2 of the Market Common Street replacement, tree replacement project from Howard Avenue between Pampas all the way to Hackler Avenue along Howard. We've replaced some of those trees that were damaging the sidewalk and the curb and gutter. We've replaced those, and we're going into Phase 3 January of next year. Phase 3 will be the business district of Market Commons. That'll be our next phase. Fred Nash and Harrelson Boulevard, part of the DOT widening project. We had to relocate a water line there. And then again, the 501 realignment, the water and sewer has been completed in that corridor along with that state DOT project. Can I answer any questions?
I've got, you mentioned the repaving of city roads, state roads, et
Yes.
cetera. You said 6.5 miles, and then you said 3.5 miles. I didn't
So we
quite
completed-
resonate with me.
Okay, we completed 3.5 miles
Okay.
last year.
Right.
Or this past winter. And we have another list of roads that we're doing currently at 6.5 miles.
Okay. And these are all city streets?
These are mixed between city and state-owned roads.
And just remind me why we repave the state roads?
Just part of the ask from the community.
It's the CTC funds that we get, the gas tax.
Okay, all right, okay.
Yep.
That's the money we get from CTC when
Got
we
it,
go
got
ask
it,
for
got
certain
it. Thank you.
things.
Regardless if it's city or state, the residents require that and ask for it, so we try.
And so the point is, we are actively repairing the roads as quickly as we can get
Regardless
to
of
them.
who owns it.
Right. I also understand that part of the challenge has been getting the crews that you need to do it, and also some of the raw materials,
Correct.
plus the inflation that we're experiencing that causes everything to go up in price.
Paving contractors and traffic control contractors that do streetlights, markings, roadway markings, I don't know what they have going on, but they are in high demand, and it's very hard to get them.
Thank you, appreciate
you.
that.
Chris,
That was what I was going to ask. Go ahead.
it seems like you and Dylan have been doing a lot
Yes, extreme,
all over the city, is that correct?
all over the
From the
city.
north end to the south end, everywhere.
No difference between the north end and the south end. It's everywhere.
Thank you, we appreciate that.
So one of the concerns I brought up at the budget retreat, and others have brought this up too, are the lines in the streets.
Yes.
Are so faded. So you're having trouble getting contractors to come in and do that? Is that what the holdup is?
The demand is so high that unless you have something that has some substance to it, they're not interested in bidding those projects.
And that's not something we can do in-house.
We can do some stuff, but the mileage, if we do Kings Highway or Ocean Boulevard, that mileage we can't do in-house. We can do turn arrows, stop bars, that small intersection improvements. But anything that's lengthy, linear, we can't do in-house.
Can we look at putting a collection of all it feels like there are a lot of places where this needs to happen, that we could do one big bid?
Yes, our traffic department right now is putting a list together for us. We're trying to make something, a good package that we can bid out and get that attention of the contractors, and that's currently being worked on.
Great.
Thank you. Just when we look at the aesthetics of our whole community, and look,
It's a big
you all do a fantastic job of the plantings and keeping our roadways clean, but that is also part of the aesthetics.
Absolutely. Totally.
And safety.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Thank you, Dylan. Okay, we're going to move on to Michelle with our fiscal year 25 year-end preview.
Well, it's been a lot of good news this morning. I think this is just more of the same. I'm going to go over our fund balances for the general fund, the hospitality fee, the hospitality tax, and the local accommodations tax. Those really are the main revenue funds of the city, and that's why I've chosen those three for now. You're going to have a full report after the audit's done. As you can see, this is preliminary, but we do think our numbers are going to come in very close to what I'm presenting today. I'm going to start off with the general fund. We think we're going to end with a fund balance of about $54.5 million. As you can see, that is higher than we've had in the 10 years I have presented there. We've had a very strong year. The revenues for property tax, or the fund balance is expected to grow about 12%. And property tax and business license revenue are the two main drivers of that growth this year. As I do every year, when we come to you to do a wind-up ordinance, we typically say we need to fund certain things. At Budget Retreat, I talked about our health insurance fund, and our projections at that time were that the fund was going to have a deficit at year-end because the health insurance claims and costs were rising quicker than our revenues did. We did end the year about 7% down from where we had originally budgeted. And what I'd like to do, I'm going to come to you next meeting, or actually in November, I'll bring you a wind-up ordinance, and I'm going to ask if you will allow us to use some of the general fund balance to both cover the deficit, which is around $700,000, and add a $500,000 reserve into the health insurance fund. Give us a little bit more cushion. I think at the time, we were thinking health insurance costs were going to be about 30% up. They weren't, thankfully, and our deficit was a little smaller than anticipated. If we use that $1.2 million, we'll end the year with about $50.3 million, still well above where we've been in the past. The tourism revenues. What you see here is a graph of the fund balance for the three major tourism revenues: the hospitality fee, hospitality tax, and local aid tax. You can see here that we'll end with almost $60 million at the end of the year. We've been able to grow this fund balance this way because of the unexpected growth in tourism immediately following the pandemic. So we had 2 or 3 years there that were just amazing. And honestly, we expected those revenues to begin to stabilize to something closer to pre-pandemic numbers sooner than they have. And Stuart talked a little bit today about how the numbers are down. It's attributable to rain, the economy, everything else, but also there's a little bit of stabilization in this market. And even though those numbers have come down, in all three funds, the revenues are still higher than they ever were before the pandemic. And it's really good that we've been able to accumulate this fund balance because we do have some immediate project needs here at the city. We talked about the baseball stadium and the $14 million for the PDL improvements, the city share. We talked about the Phase 2, or Chris just talked about the 48-inch water line, and somebody brought up the inflation. Well, because of inflation, the cost of that Phase 2 of the 48-inch water line has increased, and we need $8.4 million to fund that project. And then recently, I became aware of the fact that we have to upgrade our radio system once again in order to be able to talk to the state and the county. This is the third time in my career. It was back in 2007, 2015, and that one lasted a little bit longer because now we're here going into 26, and we have to do it again. I would like to propose that we use fund balance to cover these projects instead of issuing debt. If we do that, you'll see that it'll leave us with about $31.2 million in fund balance in those three funds, still. And here I just put together two graphs of the before, or the proposed fund balance with the use of the projects compared to what it would be if we did not use fund balance for the projects. And if you look at the graph on the right, you'll see that even though that fund balance would come down to 31.1, it's still well above what you would see the fund balance levels in the past. We're still maintaining a healthy fund balance in those funds. Now for the questions. Why not use fund balance for general operating expenses like salaries? It's fund balance. It is a one-time revenue source. Operating expenses, salaries are recurring expenses. It would not be fiscally responsible to use a one-time revenue for recurring expenses. Why don't we spend more of the fund balance? Well, it's physically responsible to maintain a certain level of fund balance. Because here in Myrtle Beach, we can easily be impacted by a storm. We can easily be impacted by a real large drop in tourism. Having this fund balance assures that we're going to make it through either one. Why fund these particular projects and not others? Well, these are the three that we have an immediate need for. The other projects we have going on, we've already got funding in place for those, or plans to fund those. The radios, as I said, we just really got the hard numbers on the radios. The baseball stadium, we know we need to fund it. And the 48-inch water line. Now, you might also ask, why am I going to use hospitality money for the 48-inch water line? I looked at some of the growth that we've had over the last 10 years. Actually, we look 15 years on this with population and with tourism. And it looks like the biggest growth, when you add the two together, tourism represents about 39% of the growth that we've experienced. Well, that means that part of this 48-inch water line and our need to increase that capacity is driven by tourist growth. So we can use the hospitality tax to fund that. Now, what if we continue to see downward pressure on hospitality and local accommodation tax revenue? Stuart talked a little bit about that too. This amount of fund balance, I think, is more than sufficient to carry us through another year or two if the tourism revenues drop a little bit. We'll go into it a lot more in depth when we go over the full financial picture. The reason I'm asking you about these three projects right now is if we do not fund them with cash, I'm going to have to put together a bond ordinance and do everything I need to do to finance the PDL improvements, the radios, and the 48-inch water line. So what I'm looking for you guys is really, would you be okay with us funding this with fund balance? If you are, I'll be bringing you a motion to ask you to approve use of fund balance to pay for these three projects. So it's either a motion or an ordinance to issue debt to fund them.
Michelle?
Yes.
I'm thankful that you came to us with this because I was going to come to you and say, our fund balance continues to increase. Why do we continue to issue debt and not use the cash to pay for some of this stuff?
Our thoughts exactly.
So I think this is a great idea.
And it still leaves us with a very healthy fund balance. I want to make that clear, that we're not depleting it to an unhealthy level.
In excess of 30 million in the three tourism-driven funds.
Yeah, general fund, you're about 80 million,
Yes. If you add the general fund, you're talking 80 million with those four funds.
which is historic levels, I believe.
It is.
So we do have enough cash to just pay for everything that we need to do.
I know,
Pay for these items that are
everything's
listed.
Yes,
is a big
yes.
word.
I just wanted to see what you would say. Come on.
Everything we need. Maybe not want, but need.
Yeah, no, I understand. Okay.
All right, then. The next council meeting, I will put before you a motion to ask to transfer these revenues into the appropriate funds to pay for these projects. And thank you.
Okay, thank you, Michelle. Does anybody need a break? Good idea. Yes. Let's take about a 5-10 minute break. I thought we were getting close to that point.
He asked a question?
Yeah.
Okay, if I could please ask everyone to take your seats. We're going to get back on schedule here, and MB Stat introduction by Mr. Howard Waldy IV, our Chief Innovation Officer.
Good morning, Mayor and Council and members of staff and the public. Excited today to share with you the rollout of a new program we've implemented called MB Stat. So in short, once we get to a couple of points, I wanted to just briefly mention that timing is perfect. You just heard Michelle talk about where we were at with our resources during this fiscal year, that healthy fund balance. You heard a lot of project updates from Dylan and Chris. And then we even heard some data stats being presented by our chamber earlier this morning. So all this kind of comes together in perfect unison for this presentation. So what I'm going to go ahead and cover this morning is the actual framework for what MB Stat is, talk about a component that we rolled out or are rolling out called the Departmental Performance Plans, and then lastly, what's next, so you have a little bit of a preview of what's to come. As it relates to the framework, I put together this little chart off to the right-hand side that looks pretty familiar, or should look very familiar. These are the strategic initiatives that this body has given the city management team, the priorities of what we need to be focused on as a city. And those 4 areas are, of course, public safety, infrastructure, communication, and economic development, ultimately giving us that truly unique and beautiful quality of life you can only find in Myrtle Beach, South Carolina. So as council sets that strategic initiative for us, we then have to determine how do we best execute upon those initiatives? How do we ensure that the departmental priorities are in alignment with those initiatives? Enter MB Stat. MB Stat is our leadership strategy using data and continuous improvement in the management of our departmental operations and service delivery. There are 4 tenets in the program. These 4 tenets are first and foremost accurate and timely intelligence shared by all. All of the city's data and city processes are city data and city processes, not department data or department processes. We are one organization. The second tenet is effective tactics and strategies. Once we have data, once we have more information on how the process works, we need to ensure that we are executing that process as efficiently as possible and having any conversations if things are coming up as roadblocks. The third one is rapid deployment of resources. We have a budget every fiscal year. We need to execute these priorities based off of that budget and make sure that we're getting things done in a timely manner. And then lastly, relentless follow-up and assessment. I'm going to talk a little bit more about that as I go through the program. How does it work? In short, it works by having regular meetings where we are reviewing the data that we are collecting. How many roads or miles of roads have been repaired? What is the status of a certain capital project? What does our onboarding process look like? Those are the kinds of things that we want to evaluate and have a discussion about to determine how can we improve, how can we enhance, how can we better deliver on this quality of life that we are been given the responsibility to do. And then ultimately ensuring that we have proper resource management, proper prioritization of those resources, and most importantly, accountability and follow-up. It's not just a conversation once a year, it is a routine conversation every month, every 2 months to ensure we are on track with the priorities that have been set forth by this council. What are the benefits? There's a lot of benefits. This isn't a program that is unique to the city of Myrtle Beach. There have been hundreds of cities who have implemented similar types of programs over the last decade or two. Some of those municipalities would be things like places like Miami-Dade County, New Orleans, Loudoun, Virginia, Virginia Beach, Virginia. There's so many places that have been doing this and continue to do it today. What benefits they ultimately see by executing a program like this is increased education and transparency. More folks within the organization understanding why we're headed the direction we're headed and understanding their role in implementing that. It's also increasing transparency with the public and with you as our council. We've heard in previous budget retreats and several conversations this year about wanting to enhance those communications to really tell the story of what our amazing team is accomplishing on a daily basis and a monthly basis. And that's one of the things we're trying to execute by this program, giving you that information. It, of course, also introduces a lot of efficiency and innovation. Of course, that's what I'm excited the most about because that's my role. It also offers leadership development. More employees have a chance to have a seat at the table because they're part of these conversations when typically in other organizations you wouldn't see them having that ability because we include everyone. It's not just the folks at the very, very top. It's multiple folks throughout the organization. And then lastly, and most importantly, progress and accountability. So, how did we get this started? How have we started to implement this program in Myrtle Beach? Well, over the last 4 to 6 months, we've started developing what are called departmental performance plans. Departmental performance plans are things that are tracking those fiscal year departmental initiatives, milestones, or action steps to get those initiatives completed, and then KPIs or performance measures to show what our progress looks like. Are we making progress on this initiative? If so, what is the impact? The next thing that it also offers us is essentially the ability to become a more data-informed organization, spark conversations on a more regular basis, as I mentioned earlier, balance our resources so we can truly do more with less, and then lastly, highlight our collective successes. Again, telling our story, telling you what we've been doing every day, every month. How do we use it? We start by collecting an update. What is the update on a particular initiative? What is an update on a milestone that a department has? What is the data for that milestone? The second step is then analyzing that status update, analyzing the update for that fire station. Where are we at? How are we on our timeline? What what balance of resources do we need to introduce? Is there more collaboration needed? Things like that. So that's what happens in the discussion. And then lastly, any action items that come out of that discussion, we go ahead and execute on and then follow up. It's not, oh, we've had the conversation, we're never going to talk about it again. We're going to follow up and see, okay, were those actions completed? So what is included in a departmental performance plan? The first thing is the physical document, like the one I'm holding in my hand right now for Parks and Recreation. And then the second is a dashboard where these documents live or will live, as well as the data that we're pulling in the key performance indicators that show our progress on that departmental performance plan. We did run a pilot with the Planning and Zoning Department probably about 6 months ago just to kind of get started and see how we could roll this out in the city. And that was pretty successful. So we've then started our work on building it for the entire organization. The next thing I'm going to show you here is the MBStat dashboard. The MBStat dashboard, eventually, our goal is that this would be a public dashboard. This would be something that you would be able to click through and see, so you can see the actual departmental performance plans as they've been finalized, as well as the quarterly or routine updates on our data and our key performance indicators. We're not there yet. It is a goal, but it is something we're working towards. I'm going to actually show you a quick preview of what that dashboard could look like as we continue to develop it. So the first one that we're going to go ahead and pull up, one second. All right, so on our main page, which is the Departmental Performance Plan dashboard page, you would see an entire list of the departments. Let's say that you're really interested in learning more about what Public Works' priorities are for this year and how they're executing those priorities. You would then click on Public Works. It would pull up their particular page. You have two options once you're here. You can click on Performance Plan, which would give you the actual document that has been put together that's demonstrating their initiatives, those milestones and KPIs that we're tracking. It also includes a brief table of contents, the purpose of the plan, a message from the department director, their structure and their resources for the year, and then ultimately those initiatives that have been developed. So using Public Works as the example right now, there's 4 initiatives that we've determined. enhance infrastructure resilience and service delivery, foster community engagement, enhance community appearance, including things like developing an analytics dashboard to track sidewalk, drainage conveyance, and road maintenance and repair activities. Again, giving you that communication to see the work that's being done within our community. And then also, lastly, maximizing use of available technology. When you go back to that dashboard and on that particular page for Public Works, you can click on what's called the KPI dashboard. There, it actually shows the statistics for the department that we've been collecting related to their departmental performance plan. So it's not a, let's wait and see how many miles of road have been resurfaced and let me put in a request and let's go contact, several different individuals to get that information. It's actually right there for you as we collect it and report it. I will note all the data that you're seeing in this dashboard right now, it's fake. It's just for sample and illustrative purposes only. But this is what we are working towards. So that is the dashboard. That is that important component that we've been rolling out with the MB-STAT program. The next thing that I'm going to go ahead and cover with you all is kind of next steps. Where do we go from here? You've gotten a brief preview of that dashboard, a brief preview of the program, so what's next? When we talk about what's next, I'm also going to say what we've accomplished in these last probably 3 to 4 months after we onboarded Joe, who's the Innovation Performance Manager that I hired earlier in the year. So what we've done is we've developed the initial initiatives and milestones with all the different departments, identified those priorities as they align with the strategic initiatives you've set forth. We then developed those key performance indicators. Again, all of this is in draft form. Drafted the actual plans themselves, and then had our initial city management review. We're probably about 80 to 90% of the way of completing that management review, fine-tuning these documents and the priorities. Once we've accomplished that, we'll begin pulling the data from the departments as they give it to us, begin putting that data into that dashboard that I just walked through with you, and then eventually launch the dashboard publicly. And then we will, of course, continue our ongoing STAT meetings. What are STAT meetings? It's everything that I just talked about. Reviewing the priorities, the progress of those priorities, determining if we need to make any adjustments because of a variety of reasons, and then continuing to execute and follow through. Any questions?
Question. So is there a way that we can connect budget expenses to these initiatives so that we can also see on the dashboard? I think clearly we can say what our goals are, but then really our goals become where we're spending our money. And so is there a piece of this that can connect budget so that we can see budget expenses based on the initiatives?
Yeah, that's certainly a possibility. Obviously, we'll work with Michelle directly on how to exactly pull that information. One thing that we've already done to help illustrate that is in the actual performance plan. When you go through each initiative, there's a section that says resources. And under the resources section, we specifically highlight any funding or collaboration that is required to execute that particular initiative, so it ties back. So a really good example of that would be with the Planning and Zoning Department. They're doing the zoning rewrite, right? And there's some resources that have been allocated towards that. That is one of the things we have documented on that particular initiative.
As a follow-up question to that, and your answer to Debbie here, let me just ask this. When you say the resources that were funded for that, does that actually show the resources that was actually spent?
Again, that we would defer to the financial management reporting team on that. We certainly could probably make that happen. I know that we process or we show all the check requests and things that the city does, so it would just be a simple connection there. But I'll defer to Michelle.
My whole point to that is our budget shows funding. Okay. So if we're going to have this way, if we are funding this amount of money for this, then what was the actual expenditures at the same time?
If you're talking about just the initiatives themselves. It'll take a little work, but I'm sure that we can do it. One of the areas where I think it'll be a little difficult to categorize on the initiative is we have so many departments, and the work that they do overlaps. Like, take code enforcement, for example. You know, that's development, but it's also public safety. Zoning is the same way. So putting it into one initiative may be difficult. But this was the first year, and one of the things actually Howard and I talked about is how do we tie this into our budget process? The first year, it was much more difficult. We're going to try to do it more next year because it was the first year, trying to get everything set up. So when we do that, we will look at the initiatives and see if we can find a way to put a cost to them and track it.
I mean, I would think whoever is expending the money, it goes in their
Right.
report, even if they have other groups assisting. But and when budgets are requested, they should be aligned with these initiatives.
The other difficult part is you take funding. We're not going to hire a person to do an initiative. It will be a portion of their salary. So it'll be parsing it out.
Yeah.
Yep.
I have a couple of observations for you. My first question is, I mean, I'm all about tracking the data. It's very, very important. But it seems to me that what you should have done first is come to us and ask us what we want. If I understand your presentation, you're doing this so that you can give council, senior management, data and information that you think they need.
No.
Why didn't you ask us first?
Howard,
And sec-
please go back to the very beginning of your presentation where you showed council priorities.
I understand-
Everything that he's presenting is based on the priorities that we give management and staff at our budget retreat.
Here, I understand that, but you also know that in setting up these priorities, we need to have input for how this whole thing is going to work. We put this on a budget document, we put it on other documents, and they say, this is our goal, these are our priorities. That's all well and good, but we should also have input into how this thing is formed. The second thing that I'm concerned about is that the meetings that you talk about with basically department heads, this is something that our city manager and our assistants should be doing with their people on a routine basis anyway. So are you telling us that that hasn't happened before?
No, not in the slightest. This is creating a uniform structure throughout the organization to do all of those things.
But that's my point. Shouldn't we have already had a uniform structure? I mean, we have our...
We haven't had the infrastructure in place in order to do this. A lot of it is with the Enforce system that we've recently implemented, and we haven't had the Howard or the Joes to be able to do this. This is a lot of work and a lot of initiatives, and it's built off, as the mayor said, the 4 pillars here of the quality of life, and everything's going to tie back to that, is everything we're doing. But we haven't had the infrastructure in place to begin this initiative until fairly recently.
What do you mean infrastructure?
Computer systems, data tracking. We're switching over the whole financial system from a green screen to an Infor Windows-based system, and we're in the process of doing that. And it's a lot of work, and there's been a lot of hurdles.
I think I can help Fox out just a little bit. We do have performance measures for every single department in this city. And they are updated at least annually. They are used when we talk about what budget increases or anything else. They've just all been kept by each individual department. And each individual department has basically tracked a lot of the same things that they've tracked from year to year. We've had Howard who's come in and had the time and the experience to work with all of our department heads and look at it and say, okay, you've been using these performance measures all this time. Let's take a look, and over the next few years, let's really figure out what is important and what is indicative of what your department is accomplishing. It may be those performance measures we've always looked at, and they may be more, but we have always looked at and tracked performance measures for departments.
Howard, how long have you been with the city now?
I'm coming up on year 4.
Year 4. So some members of council have not been here for 4 years. They don't know why you were brought on. They don't know about the computer changeover and what a process that has been, how long it's taken to do that change. Outside of this initiative, which is great, you're taking us to the next level. Talk about some of the other initiatives that you've put in place, like the Living Lab and where we are currently with that and some of the other things.
Yeah, so there's really 3 areas that I would say the team, being Joe and I, are focused on. The first area is, of course, process improvement, which is where we work with departments to identify what processes they may have and how we might be able to improve those processes to do more with less. The second area that we focus on is, of course, performance management and data analytics, which is what we're being able to roll out now that we have a lot of the infrastructure in place. And then the third area is the Living Lab, which is a test bed program to allow startups and other individuals to really use Myrtle Beach as their testing ground and ultimately spur economic development. That program we launched last year officially with our first participant. We are up to 13 participants from 5 different countries, and we have over 45 interests. Of those 45 interests, over 69% is either developing a project, working on an MOA with the city, or has launched with the city.
Let me ask a question on process improvement. Have you established specific processes, and in that, do you have a process owner for each process?
I mean, there's thousands of processes that exist in any organization. Myrtle Beach is no different.
I understand that.
So
I understand it, but there are basic processes that you have to operate on. My question is, when you have a process, you don't need 1,000 people looking at it. You need to assign a process owner. Have you assigned process owners to our basic processes?
So the way that you roll out process improvement within an organization like ours, you don't have 1 or 2 unique process owners for the majority of the processes. What you have is you have your individual departments, and each department has, key processes that they're wanting to keep track of because it's how they execute their daily business. You then can bring in folks like myself and Joe to come in and evaluate that process, work with the different departments and the different team members who are working on them to map those processes out, identify where improvements can occur, and then work with them over time to execute those improvements.
I understand that. Let me give you another example from an industry I was involved in for 20 years, the retail automotive industry. Within the retail automotive industry, you have many, many operating units. One of the most complicated is the service departments. And you have a number of people who are responsible for different processes within a service department. However, what you really need is one process owner to pull that together, that one individual who's responsible for that then reports to senior management. I'm just suggesting that's something that you may want to look at. Municipal government is not really that much different than the industry that I'm talking about. I know a little bit about it because I was fortunate enough to be part of a team that took the first multi-level dealer group in the country to get ISO certified in all of their processes. No major manufacturer, whether it was Toyota or General Motors, has ever been able to accomplish that. I have a little bit of a knowledge of how it works, and I know it by mistake, so I'm trying to give you some information. When we first started that process, we were doing kind of what you talked about, but we had so many moving parts, so many things going on, we ended up spending more time talking about things administratively and checking and not getting things done. I see that that could happen here, so I'm just providing you with that information.
And we'll certainly keep that as a main point for us to be focused on, or one of the main points for us to be focused on, so we make sure that does not occur. But this certainly isn't the first time we've been able to roll something out like this. This is, my third or fourth municipality in doing that, using Lean Six Sigma practices, the Toyota production system, and other things that I think you were referencing. So we'll make sure to keep all of that in mind as we move forward.
Howard, to make sure that I understand, are you taking more of a team approach where the team itself is responsible for the processes?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. That I'm personally familiar with because that's the way we did it in my company, because there were so many different departments. You've done this before?
Yes.
Successfully in other cities?
Very. And to give you an example, so the training that I'm certified in, it was first launched in the city and county of Denver in Colorado. And within their first 5 years of implementing the program, they saved over $30 million in savings, both hard costs and soft costs. That's exactly what we're trying to roll out here. It just takes time. We don't have a massive team to do this work, right? We've got a team of, for many years, a team of 1. Now we've expanded that to a team of 2. We've got a lot of infrastructure that's in place, and we're starting to roll these things out. And it's going to take time. So we're going to ask for grace. We're going to ask that you continue to support the efforts that we're doing to try to elevate the organization.
And I would suggest to our council that we give you that time and that you give us regular input, regular updates, as well as what cost savings are associated with it, as well as an update on tying it to the budget. But we need to give you the time, because this is brand new, to roll this out and to bring back those updates to us.
Absolutely.
And let me just clarify, did you say the first city that you worked with on this was the city of Denver?
No, the program that I am trained in to go ahead and roll this stuff out with is based off of the city and county of Denver's program. It's called their Peak Academy.
Okay. And what was the first municipality that you worked with where you implemented a program like this?
Virginia Beach.
Virginia Beach. Okay, thank you.
Howard, I just want to say thank you for doing this, because before you were here, we didn't have any chance of doing something like this. After I was elected, the first big conference that I went to, I saw a citywide dashboard showing key metrics and how they changed over time. And I said, this would be great for Myrtle Beach. And that was 8 years ago. And now we're talking about this actually coming to fruition. So I think a public-facing dashboard that shows what we're doing, where we're spending our money, and how it's changed over time would be excellent in transparency for the city. So I appreciate what you're doing. And I will not tell you how to do it. I will just tell you that we would like it to be done.
Thank you, sir. And I also have to, briefly, we've talked about me. I want to point out this is not just efforts that I'm undergoing. This is efforts that the entire organization is going through. Every single department director, their leadership teams, the portfolio managers at the table. I mean, it's a big commitment, and everybody's really taking it by storm and trying to execute. So I can't thank them enough for actually embracing it and giving it a shot.
I know it's frustrating to some department managers probably, but I appreciate them doing it too.
Everybody's been doing
Seems like
great.
a conduit for continual improvement, continual assessment, and linking that budget piece is key for this, for us to see those cost savings over time, because looking for efficiencies is going to be really important.
Absolutely.
Howard, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, we're going to move on to our zoning code rewrite discussion. Kim May, in Howard's presentation, he used an example. Was that your picture on the screen?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
That looked like a professional photo shoot.
Sometimes you got to do what you got to do. Very grateful to be here before y'all today, Mayor and members of council. In the essence of time, I'm going to keep my little intro very quick. I'm going to be honest with you, I'm almost giddy. I'm so excited to be involved in this zoning rewrite. Long overdue. I think we're going to be very futuristic in our approach and in our planning in regard to it. I could take the time to tell you about Kimley Horn and about our project manager, Kelly Kepler, but I think he could do a much better job of that than I can. So I'm going to step aside, and with no further ado, Mr. Kelly Kepler.
Good morning, council. How are we doing today?
Good morning.
Great. I love when Ken does what he does, because it's a short little bit of time that we've been working with Ken and his staff, but one, I will say he and the staff have been extremely welcoming of us and our team. As you can tell, we're about the same age, so we have a lot of the same mannerisms, which may be good, may be bad, not quite sure.
Maybe you shouldn't have led with that.
I'm not sure that's what I would have said.
But again, my name's Kelly Klepper. I'm our team's project lead. I've been with Kimley Horn for over 20 years, actually 33 plus years in government. Prior to coming to Kimley Horn, I was actually Ken's position. It's interesting you talked about Toyota, because I was Ken's position up in Georgetown, Scott County, Kentucky. So if you see a Camry, it's made in Georgetown. So came up through the public sector ranks, have had the opportunity to work with a number of communities across the country, especially as it relates to not only comprehensive plans and community visioning, but more so on codes. And when we got the opportunity, just knowing Kimley Horn's relationship with this portion of the state, we jumped. And there was a reason. Why? Because, and as I shared with Ken, Myrtle Beach has a very special place to me. Growing up in East Tennessee, guess where we always came for summer? Myrtle Beach. Guess where we came when high school graduation was out? Myrtle Beach. How many t-shirts from Mother Fletcher's and all those other places I don't have anymore. But again, it's one of those great places that we hold near and dear to us. So just to kind of go through a little bit of a presentation this morning, and we're going to kind of offer the opportunity for you all to ask questions along the way. Hopefully everybody's had a chance to at least see the survey that we sent out. We've gotten so far 3 responses back. Those are anonymous, but if you can take the time, that just gives us a little bit more insight into some of the council's priorities and what you're thinking about. Because again, working on codes, primarily across the Southeast, and writing codes in South Carolina is always interesting. But more importantly, like you were talking about earlier, Mayor and Council, it's like, what are the council's priorities? What do we want to see at the end of the day? Let's make sure I don't.
And let me ask you a question about that. So you sent us, Mr. Tucker actually sent us the survey. You have 3. Do you still want the remaining 4 members of council to complete that survey so that you have everybody's information?
Yes, ma'am.
I would ask that everybody make that a priority. It took maybe all of 15 minutes, and I think it's very important that our feedback is included.
But one of the things that you'll hear me talk about a lot, and this is something that we've talked about with Ken and Cam and Taisha, Charlie, and the group up there, but, you know, for those of you who have read, this is your current code. This is Appendix A of the zoning code. I will tell you that, you know, looking through this, there's a lot of times where we go, and we start asking a lot of questions. One of the things that you'll see, and this is one of the reasons I say I'm old school, is sticky notes. That's one of the things I love to do on a weekend. Yes, I do have a life sometimes, but again, starting to go through code and start asking those questions. One of the things that I talked about when we first sat down with Ken and the team was, how many people here have either that 5-year-old nephew, niece, or the 5-year-old grandchild? Okay, what's the one question that they will ask you 5 times? Why? We start asking those same types of questions. Well, why does this say this? Well, because it's been in the code. Okay, great. Why? 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 And then how? Why do we ask those questions? Because again, you all are living with this code, and it's like, you know, when Kimley Horn or myself and start looking at things, we're looking at things through a little different lens and different perspective. Things that you all may take for granted, things that may be kind of commonplace for you, but at the same time, I've written over 20 plus codes in my career. Actually, it's about 40 at this point. But But I start asking those questions, and I'm not saying that, oh, we just grab what we just did for, Greer, South Carolina, or what we're doing for Sumter or some of those places. But we start asking a lot of those types of questions about why and what. So there is my bright, shining face. Behind me is a group of about 40 individuals. Everything from land use planners, landscape architects, urban designers, traffic and transportation engineers, stormwater engineers, and also Tara, who is what we call a environmental specialist, but she focuses in on resiliency. So that's the core of the group, and we've been meeting, like I said, proactively with city staff since we were brought on to update and review the code. We have been given kind of a direction to, kind of look at a couple of things in the interim, but knowing that the schedule is tied to a specific grant. We know what the end deadline is, and we know what we need to have and how to back into that. So as we start to kind of go through this presentation, again, feel free to answer any question or ask questions. You can answer anything you like. But what we want to do is just kind of go through some of the goals, some of the schedule, the code considerations, and some of the development process as well. So when we first started to look at this, the easy thing was to say, okay, the code's outdated. It's fairly cumbersome. It conflicts and contradicts itself in a number of places. So what are we going to look at? One, let's look at best planning and best engineering and best management practices. What's this current status of some of these types of projects and types of code components? More importantly, is it consistent with state law? And then last but not least, and this is also a huge one, is to, when you start looking at consistency across the board, it's also with federal requirements as far as code cases. You'll hear me talk a lot about, and we've talked about this, if I just throw out there the Reed case. For those of you who are not familiar with that, that is the Reed versus Town of Gilbert. That is the Supreme Court case that, believe it or not, is 10 years old, that the Supreme Court came down and said, great city, you can regulate signage, but you cannot regulate content. You can regulate the location, the size, and the type of the sign, but you can't regulate whether or not it's a church or a school and some of those items. So that's just one of the things that we start to do as we're going through this process. And then more importantly, graphics. Inconsistent graphics throughout the code. Let's create a series of graphics that are illustrative, but also explain what we're talking about and why. So what's our schedule? This is a little hard to see, but we've kind of broken it up into 4 batches. And this is something we've kind of addressed with staff as far as what are we going to be rolling out and at what points. You can see there we're currently working on signage, zoning districts, and some of the uses in the use table. Some of those kind of things that are probably, I'll say, the most visible to a lot of people, followed by the second batch, which is what we call our design and development standards. Everything from landscaping to buffers to engineering to the, a couple of those things, and kind of continuing to work through the process. Again, I've kind of talked a little bit about this, but what are the code considerations? And Mayor, I appreciate you asking the rest of the council members to fill out the survey, because that city council component is critical to what we do and why. We don't want to get here in 6 to 9 months and the council go, nope, not what we're looking for. Been there, done that. It's not the most fun, to say the least. Staff feedback. You've got an incredible staff here, very diverse backgrounds, and a lot of great ideas, but listening to them as well, what's working, what's not. We did a tour with staff, and we started asking those questions. Well, what about this? What about that? And it's very interesting, especially if you just start to walk around the city, or you're driving and you literally say, okay, pull off into this parking lot. Again, because it's one of those things of, as a city, you're used to seeing that parking lot. But for me, I'm looking at going, why is it this? What's going on? What's the proposal for this? The legislature. The folks over in Columbia love to try to change things every so often, so we got to make sure that we're adapting to that. The best practices, what works, what doesn't, and also knowing that we don't want to create or copy certain places, because what we propose at the end of the day needs to be specific to this community. Unfortunately, the animation didn't tie into this, but it's supposed to be a question. But basically, a lot of times I'll start to ask, which of these is tied to economic development, which of these is tied to the code? Which of these is tied to your community vision and comp plan? Believe it or not, all 3 are. because as the land use changes, that affects the development form. As development form goes, you start looking at your processes, you start looking at economic development, and there's this circle of things that start to kind of go around. And to think about, you mentioned the term silos earlier. This is one of those things that whatever we do here is going to affect a lot of different groups. And it's not just the city, it's the chamber, it is the airport, it's those types of groups. And at the same time that we're talking about community visioning and we're talking about economic development, the Living Lab, that believe it or not, Peachtree Corners is also one of my clients. So we've been able to get firsthand information on that and kind of start to see how's that applying there versus here. So another one of those things is just kind of looking at what we do and how it may affect or impact what we do as a city. So some of the initial thoughts. As you saw from my sticky notes, there is an analysis that we've been undertaking as our staff. We've come up with a series of recommendations, a series of questions, and then it starts to work through the items that you see here on your screen. And we're going to go through some of these a little bit more specifically here in just a second, but just to kind of give you an idea of what we're talking about and why. From the analysis standpoint, how do you know where you're going if you don't know where you've been? What are those questions that you want to start asking? So we start looking at, again, some of this, and this is no knock on staff. This is happening all across the country. You've got a limited staff. You've got council initiatives. You've got things that come up even from the legislature, and the next thing you know, you've got a Band-Aid approach to a zoning code. And that's where a lot of times you'll start to look in Chapter 8 or Chapter 13. And unfortunately, they do this. So when we start looking at some of that, some of the standards, we start asking the question, does this actually work? Some of the answers are interesting. They say, yes, but. And as soon as I hear the but, that starts to kind of lead to some additional components. The one-size-fits-all approach. Currently, your code is kind of doing that right now. It doesn't necessarily take into consideration redevelopment versus greenfield development versus other things. So trying to, I'll say, right-size the code and the code components, but also with an eye towards some of those redevelopment initiatives. Because what we say from a parking perspective is great for greenfield, but it's not going to be the same for redevelopment. And it's not going to be the same in certain areas of the city. So again, trying to make sure that we actually right-size the code. And then more importantly, again, what is important to council? That is a critical component, because one of the things is, you all are the ones that are going to get questions from the community. Your constituents are going to come to you and say, hey, what's going on with this piece of property? Or I tried to get a sign approved, but being able to understand what is important to council and why. And that's the other reason we want to make sure we're getting those responses. I toyed with keeping this slide in, but basically, that. We don't have any preconceived ideas when we come into a community, but at the same time, we do come in with an open slate, an open mind, and start asking those questions. Some of our folks, when I was working with some of our younger team, they're like, I don't get it. It's like, okay, just go Google throwing the baby out with the bathwater. There's some interesting things on Google, to say the least. This is one of them. There's a couple of other ones that popped up, and I was like, I don't think that's what we're intending here. But basically, we're not saying to throw out the entire code, but there's a lot of work that we've identified that needs to happen within this short period of time. So we'll start to dive into a couple of the specifics. This is your current code as it relates to the use table and where the things can be actually placed in a community. Nothing too crazy, but there's some things that we've also started to ask questions about. It's like, why do you differentiate with architect's office? It's just an office. It's a professional office. Is there really a differentiation between an architect, an engineer, or some of the other ones? You start looking at some of these other things, and when you start going through that specific portion of the code under Chapter 14, you start to go, okay, this is fine, but let's also look at some new uses, or can we start to combine? And not saying that this is your all's, but this is a typical example of let's right-size the code. Let's right-size the uses and the use standards that go with it, and make sure we have clear, concise definitions that start to define what is a microbrewery versus a brewery. What about a microdistillery? Of course, state law starts to have some effects on that, especially from the ABC and some of that. So ensuring that we have those definitions and those standards clearly identified, and more importantly, are there certain things that are no longer relevant within the city versus things we want to make sure we're starting to address. When we went to Greer, South Carolina, one of the things I started asking about is, how do you address logistics? And they were, well, we kind of put it under this. It's like, okay, so what you're saying is the logistics hubs that you have are being treated exactly the same as BMW. Do they park the same? Do they have the same types of impacts? What about traffic and transportation? Yes, there are some similarities, but let's look at certain things. As part of this process, we also started asking some tough questions as well, especially when we started looking at your zoning map. Unfortunately, because of the linear, I'll call it almost like an east-west orientation, we weren't able to get it all on one slide and you'd be able to see anything. But what we start to do is to look at where are the districts, how are they situated, what are they adjacent to, how many parcels do you have within that? Because what we start to also identify and analyze is, and this is super tough to see, is why do you have so many districts? Are there districts that are no longer needed? Could they be consolidated with the next closest district? Simplifying your code, making decisions a little bit more predictable, and more importantly, start to look at, again, right-sizing some of this information. There is a number of things that we've been asking staff about, including some of those pockets that are unincorporated county, but that's a different topic for a different day. But again, starting to look at, if we see that there are, just for example, 5 parcels that are the redevelopment district zone that's 3 acres. We start to ask the question, why? What was going on with that? And start to look at from a comparison standpoint of, okay, does that need to be there, or what are we looking at? So again, starting to look at the districts themselves. Your current code is lined out in 19 chapters. It's a big book. What we would recommend, you're going to say, well, Kelly, you didn't give us too much difference there. But from a code organization standpoint, we realize there are certain topics that need to be called out specifically. So just kind of creating 3 baseline chapters. Chapter 1, who we are, what we do, how we do it. Simple enough. Chapter 2, the districts, the zoning districts. Chapter 3 gets into how do we build it, so to speak. So again, starting to right size, starting to put those topics where they belong instead of having signage in one spot, lighting in a different spot. Signage is chapter 8, landscaping chapter 9, lighting and glares chapter 12. So again, kind of a little bit of an organization opportunity here. Graphics, it's a big portion of any code. Why? They say a picture's worth 1,000 words. It's a lot simpler and easier if we have a consistent theme of graphics. More detailed, the clear direction that you see here, and I'll show you some additional graphics here in a second. But this was actually created for a specific roadway type. We knew going into this, we need to be able to say, okay, where's the right-of-way? What's the total width? What are each of those roadway components? Everything from the sidewalk to the bicycle lanes all the way across. And oh, by the way, how does it interact with the buildings that it's going to be fronting? Hence the reason you start to see the buildings in that image. Not saying that you don't have graphics, but the image on the left is currently in your code. The image on the right is one of the potentials that we've identified for staff. Yes, we do have a number of different graphic styles we're working through with staff to say, hey, this is what we recommend. When we first sat down with staff, it wasn't like, well, what do you think? It's like when you go to the eye doctor and the doctor says, is this better 1 or 2? And then 2 or 3. Don't give a bunch of options at that point. But again, trying to come up with something that's clear and defensible, especially when we start looking at, I'll call it the hand-drawn graphic on the left. Another graphic that you have, your sidewalk, your step backs, and some of that. But there's another way that you can start to illustrate some of this as well. And the graphic on the right is something that we created for a community that's actually showing the habitable space between floors and how we calculated building height. So that's, like I said, just that graphic style that you're starting to see. This is something that our landscape architect Andrew Todd Burke is very excited about, because he's got the opportunity to start to right-size your landscape code. Start looking at, and I've got an image here in just a second that I'll show you, but basically, when you start reading the code, it's very difficult to say, okay, where do the trees versus the shrubs go versus the property line versus the right-of-way line? And oh, by the way, what does that look like? So being able to show somebody the right tree or shrub at the right place, and more importantly, the right setting. For those of you old enough to remember back in the day, and this was great because when I was at the city of Knoxville, we had burning bush and the dreaded Bradford pear. Does everybody remember the Bradford pears? Looked pretty, smelled bad, didn't last. But what we've started to see, especially being a coastal community, based off of the sandy soils, based off of a number of things in the salinity, certain types of trees that you've identified really need something different. And more importantly, what we've also identified is there needs to be some tree protection measures kind of built into this, especially for new trees versus the protection of existing trees. So you heard me talk about the right tree, the right place, and the right setting. What our landscape team is going through is to not only right size the code with respect to canopy versus evergreens versus shrubs, but is it suitable to be a street tree? What about buffering and screening in what setting? Is it suitable for parking? And then more importantly, starting to look at the native species, because that gets into some of your resiliency components. It also gets into your irrigation, gets into just the viability of those, the landscape material. Sign standards. This is one of those things that I really enjoy. My team is like, Kelly, you need to get a life beyond signage and parking. Signage is always fun because, why? Because we've got a lot of case law that's out there. You know, there's the Reed case, there's the City of Austin's case against the multimedia company that was talking about billboards. So there's a number of things out there to kind of be looking at, but more importantly, starting to go, okay, why do we have, literally it's 3+ pages of sign types when certain things are actually pretty much the same? So again, what we've talked about and recommended to staff at this point is to come up with a clear, unified set of definitions, standard sign types, and more importantly, look at some of those design standards. I'll show you here in just a second what I'm talking about. You know, I know this came out of your design standards. It's not technically part of the official sign code, but you know, when we start looking at some of the graphics of going, okay, is that a wall sign, window sign, or what? But looking at the items on the right, then we can start to say, okay, this is either a monument style sign or it's a business entry identification sign. So not only creating the graphic that says this is the sign type, but what does it look like in a more similar type of setting? So those two images that you see on the right-hand side. Projecting signs, same type of thing. What is the regulatory component of this? What's just kind of the illustrative to say this is what it looks like in the natural environment? All the way through to what you see with the sandwich boards, and then just the grouping of signs. So again, helping start to delineate and define what those sign types would be moving forward. We've asked a lot of questions about this, the mixed-use high and the mixed-use medium. This is something that, working with staff, we are definitely diving in fairly quickly. We know that there's some considerations that go along with that, but also starting to ask some of those questions of, again, the why. So also looking at where some of these properties are located and how they have come about to be. Standards of measurement. Seems pretty simple and easy, pretty innocuous, but if we don't clearly identify how tall a building can be and how we measure that, how the setbacks measured, where from, how do we calculate floor area ratio or impervious surface or any of that? You know, I dare say that if I was to give you all some of the definitions on how we measure, I would probably get 7 different ideas. So again, going back to that picture's worth 1,000 words, and by this one we showed lot width, lot length, and how we calculate lot coverage. Can't argue with that. This is another section that we've talked about, and this isn't, again, a knock on the city or staff, but this became the default in the 90s, early 2000s, and 2010s. Again, codes weren't being updated to the standards. It was easier just to create plan unit developments or PUDs. or mixed use. And because a lot of codes didn't address specific things, it's like, okay, well, we're going to create our own code specific to this area. You all have a tremendous number of PUDs. Each one has its own set of standards. Each one has its own set of requirements. Each one has to, get with modifications, come back at certain times. Again, why do we create certain types of standards, including parking and signage and things like that, when we're able to basically say, well, yes, but, and I'm going to create my own set of standards and kind of move forward. Again, not saying that we're going to be able to get rid of those types of projects, but if we can get to the point that we have on a more traditional setting with more predictability, that standards at work, let's look at that route. I know the city attorney is probably anxious for me to say this one. We will be looking at processes and procedures and coming up with a series of discussion points. Because as a city, of course, we do have to look at what is administrative, so staff-driven, what's quasi-judicial, and what's legislative. State law defines certain things, so we need to make sure that it's a detailed process as far as the applications are concerned, the noticing, and also who has what authority, who's making a recommendation, who's the final say, and where do appeals go. And I promise this is the next to last slide. You're going to love the next slide after this one. Where are we at in this process? We're at the very beginning. We're at the foundational component. We're starting to craft and draft the development components themselves. But again, it's more important that we come here and meet with you all to say what is important and why. Because again, in 6 months, you're going to be seeing myself and my team with a series of recommendations. And the last thing we want to have is somebody go, well, I didn't think, or I didn't have the opportunity, I didn't know this was even going on. Not that you all would do that, but I actually have had some communities where they go, I have no clue what you're talking about. So again, it's also an opportunity for you to meet me first time after having, like I said, worked with the staff for a little bit, and just to kind of say, 4 basic steps. What are we at right now? We're in the foundational stage and kind of moving into that stage 2. We're going to be working with staff and other folks as far as the refinement. And then ultimately, the code comes to you all for final approval and adoption. And this very, very last slide, I wanted to put it up there a little differently, but my rather large former professor in college, Dr. Michael Marcioni, his baby sister had a size 13 wedding ring. That was his baby sister. But before every test, before every exam in grad school, are there any questions, comments, perplexities, anomalies, or other general paranoia?
I'm extremely excited about this. No, seriously, because before I was voted on council, I actually was on CAB for 2 terms. And I mean, a lot of our things are antiquated, they don't work anymore. And a lot of times it's, well, we can't do this just because. Well, that's not a good answer. We need to make it where we can work through it. We can work through it with our residents and our businesses that we want to relocate here, or even the ones that are currently here that want to do things to their buildings. And so I'm tickled. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Same, this is long overdue.
Yeah.
I appreciate you being here and working on it.
Yeah.
We're all excited about this. I mean, we're doing a lot of things to take us to the next level, and this is just another layer to that. So thank you very much.
Let me just say this. So, I'm involved with the zoning rewrite some time back, and I got to tell you, I like this process that we're getting ready to work through a lot better. And anything that we can do to tighten it up, where you don't have to go to 4 or 5 different sections of the code to find something that's like all in one spot, one stop, one shop, so to speak, right here. Mm-hmm. And I like the idea of, as Jackie said, I like the idea of being able to let's figure out how to get people there instead of figuring out how we can't get them there. And I like that idea. Thank you.
Is one of the things you'll be looking at what the Community Appearance Board looks at and what they should look at? Is there any chance that we don't need them to look at every single commercial application and every single oceanfront residence?
You want my non-staff related opinion on this?
Yes, please.
State law says that you need a community appearance board. They have this much authority and review. So that's one of the tough questions that we've been asking. I know that is potentially a very, I'll say, politically charged item. So that's the reason I'm going to dance around a little bit. But that board does seem to have more review authority than others.
Well, I think at some point, many years ago, we declared every single area that is commercial or oceanfront as culturally significant or architecturally significant, and gave them the opportunity to review every single one of those things, including things in PUDs, which we just create because we can't do anything else, that already have architectural standards. So they have to go to the PUD's architectural review, and then they have to go to the Community Appearance Board. I think you know all this, but it's a lot of this is just overkill and frustrating, and it keeps people from improving their properties, and it keeps people from doing unique and innovative things in Myrtle Beach.
And Councilman Smith, just to kind of build off of what you're talking about, one of the things that we've asked and what we've done in a number of other locations is set the minimum standards to what the community is okay with, and set.
A safe harbor.
If you go above that, then yes, there's additional processes and standards that come into play.
I've got a question. So say signage changes and we come up with a set of standards. So businesses that are not meeting that standard, how do we handle that?
So that's definitely where we will be working with the city attorney. So yes, you will have some signs that become non-conforming at that point, and there's a process that you go through with that. Anything that was in process prior to the adoption of the code continues to move through that process under the old regulations. Anything that was a violation is still a violation. The new code takes effect, and we've had communities that say, yep, now you're non-conforming, or we're going to just everything new from this point forward.
So do they, in that case, do they give them a certain amount of time to come to the new conformity, to the new code?
What happens a lot of times is that the sign's the sign, it continues to stay there. If it then, meeting the state's provisions for some of the vested rights and some of the nonconformities, if they don't change the sign, they can continue to keep it. But once they will say redevelop or change the sign or try to do something, that's when they have to come into compliance.
So it's kind of like being grandfathered in
Yes, sir.
loosely.
When they redevelop, they have to bring it up to code.
Yes, sir. And that's the same thing that we put in from the landscaping to the parking to the signage to all of those items.
And that's the same thing for the inside of buildings that aren't ADA compliant or something. If they're continued to use in the same use, they can stay that way. But if they have a change of use or redeveloped, then they have to be brought up to code, current code.
Correct.
One way that we could address that we talked with Kelly about is we've got a very loose kind of nonconformity section. We have one of the most lenient nonconformity sections. Some say if it's damaged less than excess of 50%, you're allowed to go back and rebuild as it was. Ours reads 100%. I mean, it can be completely wiped out, gone down to the ground, and you've got 1 year to put it back exactly like it was. So that's one way that we can address a lot of those concerns as well.
Good. And Ken, just to you and Charles and everyone else on staff who's going to be working on this, I know this is not going to be easy. Thank you for putting this time and effort into this. It's so greatly needed and overdue, and just I want to thank all of you for what you're going to do, commitment that you're making to this.
Well, I'll give the little plug here. Whenever we first tackled this, we were excited. Didn't really know what we were getting into because it's not very often that you do zoning rewrites. It's not like the comp plan where it's got to be done every 10 years. This fellow right here and his crew, they after about 2 or 3 meetings with them, I'm gonna be honest with you, that load that was on your shoulders lightened up a whole lot, because these folks know what they're talking about. They're giving good direction. They don't just come in here and tell us what they think we need. They know there's some things that we have to have that they're gonna work with us on. I think I made a great choice when I chose Kimley Horn.
Shameless plug. Yes, thank you, Ken.
So you said we'll have an update in 6 months, or will we have an update before then?
You'll have periodic updates, and that's one of the things we committed to Ken and the team on is, especially as we're rolling out some of these batches, to come back as progress meetings to kind of start to ask the question, did we get it right? Did we hear? So we built in some of those items, so just to let you know.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you all.
All right, council, that's everything on our agenda. We do have one executive session item, and after talking with several of you, I believe there's a consensus that before we go into executive session, we publicly discuss the ordinance related to, where am I? Will, help me out here. Relating to the potential changes in the zoning code related to connectivity. I would like for us to discuss that in public.
And potential changes to Chapter 19 and Chapter 20.
So I want us to
They're all
discuss
related.
everything that you are comfortable with us in public. And then when it comes time for us to receive legal advice on how those potential changes may affect us legally, we will go into executive session for legal advice.
Sure,
And
sounds
you're
good.
still okay with that? Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
You want to lead the conversation, or who is taking over?
Take advantage of lead this conversation.
I got a few talking points here to kind of lead us off. We had a few council members express an interest, the city council, a few members of the city council expressed an interest that city council have a role in improving roads, pathways, sidewalks, and some thoroughfares entering the city limits. So we began researching that. Staff from my office, the city attorney's office, and planning and zoning spent a lot of time researching and discussing the feasibility of this initiative. And we believe that the initiative will require an amendment to Chapter 19 in the city code approving new roads, pathways, and sidewalks. However, as we just heard from Kelly, that proposed amendment creates some conflicts and inconsistencies with what Chapter 20 says in the city code and what Section 1903I of the zoning code says. So to address the conflict, there's also two more amendments that would be proposed. One to Chapter 20 of the subdivision regulations that would include city council in the approval process of new roads or entering and exiting the city limits, and also an amendment to Section 1903I of the zoning code, which characterizes new roads and pathways as a major PUD amendment requiring city council approval. That's all fine, except the proposed amendment to 1903I requires an advertised public hearing and a vote by the Planning Commission. And then the amendment to Chapter 20 requires an advertised public hearing before the Planning Commission and then the Planning Commission recommendation before it comes to City Council. So we have outlined a proposed schedule for these three items, and we believe that we can have, based on our calendar research, that we could have first reading and meet all the requirements for the public hearing on first reading on November the 12th, with a proposed second reading in December. That is where we are on that. Now, that's what I have.
Yeah, we need to get, by the 10th of this month, we'd have to have the, like the advertisement ready to go to the newspaper. They would then publish it on the 21st of this month. The code provides it. You have to give the public notice between 10 and 30 days notice of a public hearing. So if we can get the notice published by the 21st, I believe Planning Commission can take those items up in their workshop on the
4th.
I think I've got my dates messed up. Let's see, if we can get it in the newspaper, we have to get the notice to the newspaper by the 10th. It would then be published on the 20th. We're setting up a an agenda item on the Planning Commission agenda for November 4. But Planning Commission would workshop the Chapter 20 change and the zoning code change on the 21st. It would be an agenda item on the 4th. It would then come to City Council. City Council's regularly scheduled meeting would be Tuesday, the 11th of November. That is Veterans Day. There will be no, I understand there's no meeting that day, so City Council will meet the next day, Wednesday, the 12th. City Council can then give first reading to the proposed change to Chapter 19, the proposed change to Chapter 20, and the proposed change to the zoning code, Section 1903I. Assuming that gets first reading, you can then give it second reading at your first scheduled meeting in December. That's the 9th, unless you wanted to have a special called meeting at your workshop in December. That way, all of the stuff comes to you sort of at the same time. You're not passing anything piecemeal. All of these things sort of need to be passed together. So in any event, that is the schedule that gives Planning Commission the opportunity to have the public hearings before coming to City Council.
And the recommendations.
Okay, I'd like to open it up to council for any questions, concerns, comments, ideas.
Thank you, Mayor. The whole purpose behind all of this to me is we've had at least 2 different times where this council has voted down connectivity in a neighborhood. And it appears that there could be a way that connectivity could be done and wouldn't have to go through council to see it take place. One time before, 4 years ago, there was an idea to bring a public street through a cul-de-sac in a neighborhood. And the property to the south of that neighborhood was not going to be in the city limits of Myrtle Beach. But they wanted to use the road to come through connectivity to actually avoid heavy traffic on bypass 17, possibly, and some other ideas like that. In both of these situations I've just explained, neither one, the properties that wanted connectivity into the city of Myrtle Beach were not in the city of Myrtle Beach. Matter of fact, one of them is actually in the city of North Myrtle Beach. So I struggle with the fact that there could be an attempt or a way to connect a large neighborhood into an existing neighborhood. The one neighborhood is not in the city of Myrtle Beach, and it can be connected into a neighborhood that's in the city of Myrtle Beach without coming through council. Because I believe that right in itself, right is not the word, that ability to do that has a direct impact on either one of these 2 neighborhoods I've just explained. And let me say this here, that we collectively represent the residents and citizens of Myrtle Beach. And to allow something like that to take place without our denial or approval should not happen. And it's just that simple. All this other stuff that we're going to talk about, all this other things that people have ideas about how all this should change and one thing to another. To me, the only thing that is paramount to me is that we do something about the connectivity issue. And that's it in a nutshell for me. I've stood fast. I've voted against connectivity twice. And if it comes up again for us to vote, I'm going to vote against it again. because I firmly believe that connectivity as such as I've just explained should not be allowed to take place. Thank you, ma'am.
And just adding to Councilman Louder's presentation, want to make it clear for everyone, we're not focused on one particular community or neighborhood.
Correct.
We're talking about the entire city. Now, the two examples that he cited are on the north end and the south end, basically. So we're looking at the entire city. We understand that there would be certain limitations as they may relate to state roads, county roads, et cetera. But we look forward to working with staff and our city attorney to make sure that this gets done. But again, this is a citywide look, not one particular neighborhood.
Do y'all know how many parcels this would affect, or how many potential connections there could be?
You get the north end, you get the south end. You can't come from the east.
Right.
So, and then west, you have, 501. You got some donut holes possibly within the city limits. Well, they're not in the city limits, but they're surrounded by the city that could be impacted by this. Those are off the top of my head.
So both of these examples that y'all have cited, one being the Grand Dunes, one being in the Market Common, ended up coming to us for a vote.
No.
One did,
One did.
twice.
The Market Common one didn't come to us for a vote?
No, it was stopped.
We stopped at the staff level.
Stopped at the staff level. So who generally approves or disapproves these things right now?
Some of it's the planning commission. I think the other would be staff.
But the Market Common example, we did discuss it with council because the issue of not having a secondary road is what was so important to us, that there be a secondary road for safety reasons, for public safety reasons.
I know that was 4 years ago. I don't remember the exact.
That was the Grand Dune, not Market Common.
Oh, Grand Dunes, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
But to have the bridge was the only way in or out. And they kept the gate closed because I used to live there. The gate was always closed. And in an emergency is the only time they would open the gate.
The one at Market Common is the one we stopped at staff level.
And as it relates to the Grand Dunes, that's no longer an issue because you have the secondary exit
Outside the city limits?
Fully vetted by everybody, the county, the city, and us, with the cost of that actually being shared by us and the county and whoever else. So that's no longer an issue whatsoever. But like many things, we focus on what it was 4 years ago. Let's focus on what it is now because things change.
Well, it is still an issue because someone is saying to the residents of Grand Dunes that it's an issue. That's what I'm being told. And they believe, some of the residents believe that because we don't have anything in writing to protect it, that there could still be connectivity.
That's exactly what we're talking about, Mayor. That's exactly what we're talking
You just
about.
said it's not an issue.
I thought we weren't talking about that.
No. What was an issue when they didn't have a second exit? That was an issue then. It's no longer an issue now because you have a second exit. The current issue is connectivity from outside North Myrtle Beach into those communities using their private roads. Those are the issues.
And it sounds like this isn't just hearing y'all, this has happened only a few times in 4 years, or 8 years. So it doesn't sound like this is a burden on for this type of question to come in front of council. Yeah.
No, but it might not be legally the right thing for council to do.
Okay.
Which I think the attorney will tell us. Whether or not it's legally right. He doesn't have to tell us right now, but. I think what we're doing is we're trying to just grab some power so we can look like, hey, we're the saviors. But the reality is that there are already processes that handle this.
Well, I'll disagree with you on one respect, Greg. This is not about being the savior at all with me. It's not.
That's just how I feel.
And it's up. If I lived in those neighborhoods, I wouldn't want that.
But there are people.
As the mayor just said.
There are people in those neighborhoods that when they build a Trader Joe's out on Water Tower Road would love to be able to get through.
Sure
There are people that don't want it, and there are people that want it. But we feel like the people that don't want it are the ones that are more important. Right? Or not?
I don't know of anybody that wants it. There may be somebody. But I know, from what I understand, the majority of the folks, and it on that, again, not on that side of it,
So
what
is
we're
this
talking
about
about,
votes?
within the Grand Dunes PUD, on the west side of the waterway, you have two communities that it would impact drastically. One being the Enclave, which would be the first community,
Right.
and then the second community would be the Gulf Village.
But we've already said no to connectivity over there.
Right. But it continues to come up and come up again.
It is not coming up from the developers over there. It's coming up from the residents who are stirring up the concern because the developers have said it's done. We've already made our decision. They don't have connectivity.
That's not what's happening over there, Greg.
That is what's happening over there. It's the residents telling other residents that it's going to happen when the reality is that the developers say it's not going to happen. We've already made our decision. They can't do it. Even though I think it would be a good idea.
Where has the developer said this?
They've told me.
Have they told anybody else on council?
They've told the community that it was over. But this isn't about that, right? This is about something else.
This is about protecting those two neighborhoods.
Okay,
from
so it is
connection
about that. It's
outside.
not about the whole city.
No, what you're just talking about, yes, it is about the whole city.
It is.
You brought that up as an example. Yes, it is about the whole
But
city.
you just said it's about protecting those two neighborhoods.
In this specific example, absolutely.
And the whole city.
Everywhere.
Well, there really aren't other
Well,
places
I
where
don't
it-
think that this is legally the right thing for us to do. How about that?
It's your opinion.
I think it's legally dubious to do this, and I will not vote for it.
Okay, that's fine.
And you,
I respect
by,
that.
you by voting for it, will be putting the city in legal jeopardy.
Don't know that 100% fact.
Well, that's why we're here to get legal advice on
Yeah,
it.
exactly.
But if it were to put the city in legal jeopardy, would you still support it?
I'll cross that bridge when I get there, Greg.
Would you still support it?
Like Mr. Latter said, we'll cross it when we get there. We don't know that it will.
Because I think we've spent the staff has spent tons and tons of time on this, knowing that legally it's probably not the right thing to do, and we've continued to push them to spend their time on this when they could have been spending their time making the city better. But we'll cross that bridge when we get to it.
Well, and you know, not to belay this any longer, but I will just say this. There have been a lot of times when this council has asked questions and asked for things over the short time that I've been a member of council.
It's been a long time.
That, well, any way you want to look at it. But there have been a number of times that this council has asked questions and wanted to look at something, and it has taken staff time to go through that process. And sometimes it works out and sometimes it doesn't. But it's our prerogative to be able to do that.
But when we know that it shouldn't work out, we should drop it.
Well,
Instead
we
of
don't
just
know that yet.
Instead of continuing to
We don't know that
grandstand.
yet.
but
As the mayor says,
respectfully, Greg, that's your
we're
opinion.
going to an executive
Right.
session.
That
to
is
get
my
legal
opinion, and
advice.
I'm entitled to that opinion.
So,
But
You
we're
are.
continuing to grandstand and say that this is
well,
going to
you know,
work.
but at the end of the day, your opinion is your opinion, but other members of this council
Right.
have their right to an opinion too.
But I think the facts will bear out my opinion.
Okay.
We'll find
I've
out.
done the
We'll
research.
find out.
Well, that's
Find out,
what we'll
aren't we?
find out, Greg.
And let's make sure, when we go into executive session, we make this a civil discussion.
Sure.
This is not an argument, it's a discussion. And it's
Exactly
about
right.
consensus.
And that's what I've tried to do is have a discussion.
With that, I'll ask for a motion to go into executive session to receive legal advice relating to potential changes to the Myrtle Beach zoning code and other enactments within Chapter 20 of the General Code relating to subdivisions and Chapter 19 relating to streets and sidewalks. We will invite Fox Simons, Will Bryan, Brian Tucker, Josh Bruger, Michelle Schumpert, Marla Bell, Meredith Denary, and Amy Newshafer. Is there a motion to go into executive session?
So moved.
Motion from Mr. Louder, second from Ms. Believe. Any discussion from council? Any discussion from the public? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed?
Nay.
Motion carries. We will have executive session in this room. Tell us when you're ready.
But when are they gonna start? I mean,
Is there a motion to come out of executive session?
So moved.
Motion from Dr. Connor, second from Mr. Louder. Any discussion from council? All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries. National Night Out tonight,
Was it really?
right? Today's the 7th.
I didn't have that on my calendar.
Yeah.
Friday, Martina's calling me up all the time.
I'm gonna be there not campaiigning.
Briarwood.